Hello, dear guests. Thank you so much for coming. May I now please ask you to come down from the gallery and join the audience as we are going to start in 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the European Ideas Forum 2022. I am Sandra Pastoric, Project Officer at the Martin Centre, and it is my pleasure to welcome you again here at the Claret Studio in Brussels, as well as all of you watching us online. A very successful first day of the IF is behind us, where we had two very interesting panel discussions, one exclusive interview and another interview in cooperation with Google. So I have to promise you that today it will be as exciting day as yesterday. I would also like to remind you that you can use the hashtag EIF2020 in order to actively discuss on social media today's debates. I would also like to inform you that now we will start with our first panel discussion of the day. So if you would like to join the debate as well on Europe, security and defense, you can do so by opening slido.com, putting in the code EIF22 and answering the following question. Would the EU benefit from a common European army? A, yes. B, yes, but it is unrealistic. Or C, no. Therefore, I would now like to invite to actively join the debate and also to present our moderator for the first debate of the day. The title of the debate is War and Peace, Strategic Autonomy and the Future of European Security Policy, and it will be moderated by the Martin Centre Executive Director, Tommi Huhtanen. Tommi, the floor is yours.
So, thank you, Sandra, and indeed, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of European Ideas Forum and its first panel, War and Peace, Strategic Autonomy and the Future of European Security Policy. Indeed, yesterday, when our forum was opened, President Metsola and our President of Martin Centre, Mikuláš Dzurinda, made many times reference to war in Ukraine. So this panel is really about that issue which is dominating the discussion in European politics at the moment, but not about the war itself, but rather what is the impact of the war to the security structures in Europe and its future. And for that discussion is going to be intensive, 40 minutes, so it will be very sharp and quick comments. And for that debate, we have three excellent experts, but not only good friends of Martin Centre. So Jamie Shea, first of all, Senior Research Associate of the Martin Centre, has many engagement with the global leading think tank, Chatham House, World Economic Forum, but maybe here in Brussels mostly known as a Deputy Assistant Secretary General of NATO, former. We have Henna Virkkunen, Senior Member of the European Parliament, often in Martin Centre debates on technology, economy-related issues, but she's also very acknowledged expert on security issues. And then we have Stein Moltz, Head of Division for Security and Defence Policy at European External Action Service, so representing the EU as the institution. So let's plumb now to debate. So Jamie, why don't you give us the big picture? So the war in Ukraine, as a background, especially after the end of Cold War, in Europe there was this debate that what is really the future platform for European security? Is it the NATO or in the long run should it be some European constellation, European army, European Defence Union? And then came the war in Ukraine, and now everything is evolving. So what's your take on it?
Well, first of all, Tommy, thank you. Thanks to the Martin Centre for inviting me to be here today. It's a real pleasure and an honour. I think a couple of years back, we had a sort of a European security system in sort of three parts. We had an expanded NATO EU. We had a sort of grey zone in between Russia and NATO and EU, where NATO and the EU both were adopting partnerships, providing elements of security, training local forces, but not enough to make these areas part of the West, not enough to prevent Russia from also pushing its influence in those areas as well, through hybrid activities, through investments, all kinds of things. So we were competing very much in that grey zone without quite knowing in which direction those countries would ultimately swing. And we had a Russia which was cooperative on some issues and very uncooperative on others, but where there were still hopes that, you know, even though there were sort of issues over NATO enlargement and the European security order, in places like Afghanistan or dealing with piracy in the Gulf of Aden, or dealing with Iranian nuclear proliferation, you could still find areas of entente with Russia and work together. And you had two sort of emerging powers, Russia and China, but had not yet really started any kind of strategic dialogue. So we had a fairly sort of fluid system. What we're going towards now is something I think quite different. The impact of the Ukraine war, we see this already with the EU offering now membership, candidacy status at least, even in the long term to Ukraine, to Moldova, perhaps Georgia down the line, accelerating its interest also in the integration of the Balkans. NATO, of course, embracing Sweden and Finland too. In Bucharest today, the NATO foreign ministers are keeping the door open to Ukraine. What we're seeing is that the integrated Europe is enlarging rapidly to the east. Some people even think that the centre of gravity of both NATO and the EU is shifting to the east, although we can debate that point. So we're seeing, if you like, an enlarged, integrated sort of European space. The grey zone is disappearing. We are now determined to compete more actively in making sure that that's part of democratic Europe, which is the aspiration of these states. But the price of all of that, of course, is that we've lost this ability to have a cooperative relationship with Russia, probably for quite a number of years to come. So we are going to go back to some elements of the Cold War, inevitably, not entirely, in terms of the security order about being based on deterrence, about being based on long-term balance of power, some degree of containment, even maintenance of sanctions against Russia, even after there is hopefully one day an adequate peace settlement in Ukraine. So in some respects, the future shape of the architecture is going to depend on where Russia is after the war. If it's a defeated Russia, will it be a revanchist Russia? Will it be a Russia that retreats inwards as a result of its defeat, becomes less active in foreign policy terms, maybe less stable, and therefore is less of a threat to the West? On the other hand, if Russia it also suffers humiliation, will it come out of that even more determined to rally the camp of the authoritarians against the West through hybrid warfare, tactics, everything that we've seen in the past, therefore necessitating a larger degree of containment? Will China break with Russia, seeing its weak military performance in Ukraine, and decide to sort of go it alone? Will they draw together in a sort of an axis of the authoritarians with Iran or other states? We can't answer those sort of questions yet. So what we are seeing is good news, that the Ukraine crisis has accelerated the integration of the broader Europe in a way that we probably could never have foreseen. But the price of all of that is going to be a much higher degree of military spending and military preparedness and vigilance than what we were hoping for in the immediate aftermath of the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Thank you, Jamie. So many questions at the stage. I think it was good picture of the situation. Henna, as said, the big change now in NATO and also geopolitically is the application of Finland and Sweden to NATO. How do you see that? Does this now mean that the NATO is the main game because we see NATO and EU country memberships overlapping? And what do you think? What kind of role these Nordic countries will take in NATO? How this will all play out, as what Jamie has said, in your view?
Yeah, thank you. Of course, I'm speaking very much from the Finnish perspective, and Finland has been a country who has been preparing for decades to just defend itself alone. So, of course, now this is a big change for our thinking in Finland. In Finland, the citizens, they have been against NATO membership before that. So my party was the only one party last 16 years that we were trying to push the NATO memberships, and the citizens were very much against, about 60-70% were against. And then in February, in one night, this turned. So like 60-70% were favor to NATO membership. And then also our government and president, they were following the citizens' advice here very, very soon. And then Sweden also was following Finland. And it was more difficult decision for Sweden in the way because they are not in the same way in front line like Finland is. And I think also in the future, we are thinking in the Nordics and in Finland and Sweden and that our main task will be to defend our own area. But of course, we can do it together with NATO now. And it's helping a lot, of course, that we can do all the strategic planning together with NATO. And now this is the first time now that the Finnish and Swedish foreign ministers, they are taking a part to NATO summit right now. Not summit, but the foreign minister meeting. And we are still waiting that Hungary and Turkey, they should also confirm the membership, but all the other the 28 member states in NATO, they have already confirmed the membership of Finland and Sweden. But I think it will, of course, make the NATO also stronger in the Nordic area. And we also think in Finland that we will have also more, of course, common planning with the Baltic states and with Norway and Sweden, and we think that our responsibility will be mainly to defend our own area and the Nordic area.
And how do you, in that context, see this discussion of strategic autonomy? Does it have any more? How has the war changed that discussion in your view?
I think it has been, of course, this war big wake-up call for European Union, and I think that the biggest problem has been that we have been so dependent on Russian energy, and we see that how weak we have been because of that policy, and Putin is also using, and especially using, of course, energy as a weapon now. So we should learn from that we shouldn't be so dependent on other continents in the future. Now we have been very dependent on Russian fossil fuels, and now I see some kind of risks with China that we are so dependent on Chinese critical raw materials. So we should learn. When we speak about strategic autonomy, I don't think so much only about defense and military policy. I also look very much many critical infrastructures and technologies and materials, what we need in Europe. So we should learn from that.
Thank you, Henna. And now, Stein, of all what has been said, before the war, the big discussion in Brussels was the discussion on a strategic compass for security and defense, and that was the framework for the debate. So how is that going now? And how is that process, and how that relates to the current situation and all the challenges which the war in Ukraine is bringing to us?
Well, Tommy, thanks. First and foremost, thanks for having me here. I think we're really living through unprecedented times, and we're seeing really an acceleration of our policies in the field of security and defense. Finland and Sweden membership of NATO, the Danish referendum, but then also all the, I think, unprecedented actions the EU has taken in response to the war in Ukraine. If you look at diplomatic isolation of Russia in the UN, in New York and Geneva, packages of sanctions, macroeconomic support, humanitarian support, but also in excess of 3 billion of military assistance provided to Ukraine so far by our member states. I think we're breaking taboos really at an unprecedented speed at the EU level. In this context, the strategic compass was adopted, I think, 4 weeks after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and of course it reflects these events, but the document had already been prepared in advance, and to be very frank, a lot of the actions we would have had to implement even without the war in Ukraine. I think the compass offers us an actionable guide for action for the next 5 to 10 years to strengthen the EU's role as a security and defense actor, and that was already required even before the war in Ukraine. What is new is that after the compass, we've added a whole new work strand on what we call defense investment gaps analysis. Faced with the war in Russia, I think we've been brutally confronted with the lack of readiness of our forces, depleted stocks, the need to restore that, the need to replenish our stocks. So we're working on stimulating joint procurement, for instance. We're working on enhancing the European defense industrial and technological base. And there is a whole set of work strands in the compass that we're pursuing now with a lot more sense of urgency, I would say, than would have been the case without the invasion.
Thank you, Sten. Before I will come back to you, but I would like to remind again the audience and online audience, especially that the questions are, please use the Slido. I will be informed and we will have your question in that way. But Sten, you mentioned already a couple of initiatives, and you have exactly the recent Common Procurement Act for 2022 to 24. We have the two-year military assistance mission, etc. So the EU cooperation, EU really has these defense aspects. But my question is, what is the real meaning of that? Because let me be a little bit provocative. Sometimes you have a feeling that you have this global discussion that we do need to do more in the EU on defense. And then the institutions feel obliged to propose something and to create different frameworks, which often, they remain sometimes a little bit limited. And then there is always the question of the political will. You have instruments which really are there, but the member states are not really engaging with. So is it this time different? Has war in Ukraine created a new momentum also concerning these new instruments?
Well, I think it has. I mean, the point of the strategic compass, which we started preparing some 2 years ago, is that for the first time this is based on an EU-level threat assessment. Because if you do not share the same outlook on the challenges you face and the security issues you need to address, it becomes impossible to act. So what is new in the compass is that for the first time there is this shared threat assessment. And I think the war in Ukraine has had the effect of strengthening that. I mean, there is no discussion now as to where our priorities lie. And I think what has been adopted in the terms of the military assistance mission to Ukraine, for instance, it's a very valuable tool. I mean, we aim to train up to 15,000 soldiers over the winter, and I think this will make a real difference in the battlefield. We're also providing military assistance to Ukraine in large quantities, and the issue of joint procurement has been around for a long time. For the first time now, the EU budget will be used. The Commission has presented this proposal in order to incentivize joint procurement, because for the first time in many years we are faced with a situation where defense budgets are going up across the board, and we need to use the opportunity not only to spend more but to spend better, to spend it together, to overcome some of the issues we faced in the past in terms of fragmentation of our capabilities, in terms of lack of interoperability. And I think the setting of the war has precisely provided the scene for us to move forward with that now.
Thank you. Now I move back, we close the circle, come to Jamie. Jamie, your background really indeed is in NATO, and Europe has its strategic compass, but NATO had this new strategic concept decided very recently. So where is NATO going? You already gave some indication in your opening statement, but where is NATO going? Is it now back to its original tasks? Number one, number two, will it have some global dimensions? How do you see that working?
Well, what you see, I think, Tommy, in the Ukraine conflict is NATO is sort of playing a double role. On the one hand, there's what NATO as NATO does with its collective identity. Here, of course, the emphasis is on collective defence. But that was around already, because that started back in 2014 when Russia first annexed Crimea. So what you're seeing after February the 24th is an acceleration and intensification of that move back to collective defence. And you saw, for example, in NATO's new strategic concept issued in Madrid last June, with all of the activities that were announced around that summit, that you're seeing quite a major build-up of NATO's forces in Central and Eastern Europe. The Americans have raised their troop levels back to 100,000 in Europe. You've seen allies like France and Italy move over to the Black Sea, taking responsibility for new multinational battalions. You've seen a lot of allies transform their battalion-sized units in Eastern Europe into brigade structures, even if the troops stay in the home countries, but on notice to move, with headquarters and equipment being pre-deployed, and this very, very major ambition to raise the readiness forces in NATO from 40,000, which was already quite demanding, up to 300,000. So NATO is back to its, if you like, its sort of core task of providing collective defence for its members. But you've also seen the emergence of this kind of second NATO, which is where NATO is a platform for broader coalitions. For example, there is this coalition now of about 40 to 50 countries supplying weapons to Ukraine, which is not NATO's formal role, but the meetings are often taking place at NATO. There's a lot of coordination through the NATO command structure. For example, EUCOM, the American command in Europe. So NATO is, if you like, the convener of this sort of broader coalition of countries, which also gives NATO the ability to say that it's not actually participating directly in the Ukrainian war because the weapons are being supplied by individual allies. Of course, the strategic concept for the first time since the end of the Cold War no longer describes Russia as a partner, but as the most immediate and major threat to European security. So this suggests, on the one hand, that NATO for the next few years is going to be very much focused back on its collective defence task. The real issue is, does NATO do anything else? There was, prior to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a sense in NATO that it would be more of a globally focused alliance. Yeah. It would look to the Asia-Pacific. It would pick up also the challenge of China, which is also in the strategic concept. It would take an interest in Africa. It would get involved in climate change. It would be a kind of supermarket NATO, handling a range of different tasks and not just doing collective defence. And the aspiration in NATO to do that is still there. The question is whether the way in which the Ukrainian war goes and the way in which collective defence goes will make it harder at the end of the day for NATO to take on those other things. For example, what will NATO do regarding the challenge of China? We don't know yet. It hasn't yet been defined. But certainly I think what you see, if I can mention this, Tommy, very briefly in Ukraine, is there's never just one war. There's a multitude of different conflicts going on. There's NATO collective defence. There's what do we do about keeping Ukraine in the fight. There's handling the shockwaves of the war, supply chains, keeping China out of the war, Russian interference in the Middle East and Africa, using food as a weapon. And NATO can't handle all of the dimensions of what is truly a global war in terms of the global shockwaves. And that's where I think the EU is such an important actor, because even if NATO is doing the collective defence part, it can't do the Ukraine part. It can't do the global diplomacy, the sanctions, the isolation of Russia part without the EU. So interestingly, normally a plus for one is a minus for the other, right? But this time round, we see two organisations in lockstep actually taking on a more important strategic role as a result of the Ukrainian conflict.
Jumping in, there's actually from audience, there's a question on one, because you mentioned there's many fields of challenge. The hybrid action, there's a question from audience that if there would be global actors would do full-scale blast on hybrid, what is our readiness? It's a big question, but I don't know, maybe quick comment on hybrid, what is?
Well, perhaps just to pick up on Jamie's last comment, because I think this is fundamentally true. What the war in Ukraine has had as another effect is it has strengthened the unity between European Union and NATO in a way that was never seen before. The reason being that, of course, the EU has a number of tools in its toolkit that NATO simply doesn't have, and that are absolutely vital in terms of tackling the challenges we face today. The fight against disinformation, cybersecurity, scanning foreign direct investments, the whole economic security dimension, climate and defense, stimulating military mobility, resilience more broadly. I think the EU has a lot of tools that we're currently bringing into play in coordination with NATO in order to tackle these. Hybrid threats, of course, is a very broad term. I mean, behind the word hybrid threat can cover the food weaponization that is being used by Russia now, or energy, but also disinformation, cyber attacks, attack on critical infrastructure. I think you have to break it down and assess all of these subparts of the hybrid threat you are facing, and then see which tools you have available. We are developing at the EU side a hybrid toolbox, as we call it, with a number of response measures, but also situational awareness, because the first thing is to know what is going on. What levers are hybrid actors using in order to attempt to influence your interest? And then also in consultation with NATO, or at least in exchange of information with NATO, we aim to develop next year what we call hybrid rapid response teams. Those would be multi-sectoral teams that would be able to deploy in a country in order to help it tackle hybrid threats.
Thank you. All right, I would go back to Henna, because, as many of you already mentioned, you mentioned the big challenge is now the support for Ukraine. So that's, as Jamie mentioned, that's really the define. What happens in Ukraine defines our our field for upcoming years and decades. And Henna, you are in the European Parliament, and as we discussed, you have very different kind of debates in the EU member states. And there's a very clear division between people from those countries where they feel that Russia is imminent threat, existential threat, and those who feel that maybe not. So how do you see, how do we manage, you know, to maintain our support collectively in the European Union to Ukraine during these difficult months? On the other hand, we see in Ukraine, it's Kiev, it looks really, really challenging, but also we see that, you know, the energy prices and all that, they are hyping quite a lot, and there's real normal people are really in problems. So how do we maintain that support? How we manage to do that?
Yeah, in a way, I have been also very positively surprised how united European Union country has been and how good cooperation we have had with USA and UK and NATO and so on. Because as we all know, often it has been very difficult for the European Union member states to agree about foreign policy and about sanctions and so on. And it has been, of course, difficult also in this time. Especially with the energy sanctions, we have seen that it haven't been easy, and we have been too slowly with those. But I think it's very much depending, of course, the political leaders in different member states, that they have to keep speaking about the importance of supporting Ukraine, and what does it mean that if we don't support Ukraine, because we know that Ukrainians, they are not only fighting for Ukraine, they are also fighting for freedom and independence, and if we are giving up for the Russians in Ukraine, they won't stop to Ukraine. So everybody has to realize that and understand it. And I think it very much depends on political leaders in different member states, that they keep speaking about the importance of that for their citizens. But of course there is all kind of populist movements in different countries, and then energy prices, food prices, inflation, and that kind of big challenges also we have to tackle together. But we can see that the citizens in different member states, they are still supporting very much Ukraine when we are asking in the opinion polls that how important you see that it is that we are helping with humanitarian aid, or we are importing weapons to Ukraine, or putting very tough sanctions to Russia. The people are supporting it very, very much. Especially in Finland, we can see that the Finnish people, and also in the eastern border, the citizens are supporting, 90% is supporting very much all the actions, because they can see that it could be also us who are in the front line the same way than Ukrainians. So I think political leaders, they have, of course, now very big responsibility in here, because this is not only war in Ukraine, it's all of us who are in this. And they need more support.
Indeed, thank you, Henna. Now I would call in Sandra to give some input on Slido. I think we have one question there.
Exactly, thank you very much, Tommy. If you remember our Slido question at the beginning, would the EU benefit from a common European army? You replied with 47% yes, but it is unrealistic. 35% of our audience voted yes, and 18% no. I leave you with that thought, Tommy.
It's a very simple question, but you know, quite telling. Any quick comments on this?
Well, yeah, just from my side, I mean, I think we always have to be very clear, Tommy, what we mean by a common European army. I suppose the view of broad public opinion is it probably means a totally sort of integrated single European force. I don't think that's realistic at the moment. But if you mean by a common European army, the ability of European countries to increasingly work together because they're interoperable, because they've been on operations together, because they share the same culture, I think it's happening. I think it's being made. What you're seeing through NATO at the moment, ironically, because it's NATO, is European countries deploying forces on each other's territory. Yes. I mentioned France now has taken over the command in Romania. Italy has just taken over in Bulgaria. The Czech Republic is taking over in Slovakia, and so on. You have in the Baltic states 21 different European countries working together in the multinational units there. You're actually seeing this sort of common sharing of responsibility for each other's security security at the European level, albeit the Americans and other NATO allies, the UK, are in the mix. So if you buy a European army, the European countries are increasingly more comfortable in terms of working together, have the same equipment. You know, Germany has just offered Patriot air defense systems to Poland, having provided them to Slovakia. Then I think it's in the making. But sometimes, you know, it's better to just let it happen from the grassroots up through the way in which crises are bringing Europe together than trying to impose a one-size-fits-all solution from the top.
Thank you, Jamie. Any quick comments on that?
Yeah, I think we are also, in a way, doing that right now, and I think it's really needed that we have to also, or we have to invest much more to defense in the European Union countries, because now we see, in the same time when we are speaking about strategic autonomy, that we are very, very dependent on USA and UK when we speak about the military capacities in Europe, and we have really seen it now in Ukraine, that how important the support from USA has been for the Ukrainians. So Europe doesn't have enough capacity, and we have to invest much more. And I think it's right what the USA especially and some of the presidents like Trump, very undiplomatic way maybe, has underlined that also Europe has to do more. And I think he was right, and we have to do that. So investments are needed. And in the way, I think also that the war in Ukraine, it has also clarified in the way the roles of NATO and then EU defense, that EU has to really invest to industry here, to military investments and to infrastructure in Europe, and then NATO can take care of their collective defense task when we have good capacity and infrastructure and arms.
Great. Would you agree on that framing, Sten?
I couldn't have said it any better. I think if we're working on having 27 interoperable armies exercising together, making sure we're plugging the capabilities gaps we have, I think talk of a European army with a single headquarter, etc., it's not a debate for the moment. I think let's work in a gradual fashion, as was former Prime Minister Marten's approach always in Belgium as well, and I think that's what's happening in practice.
Yeah, indeed. It's all about about framing at the moment. Peter Heffele, Malta Center Policy Director, is making a question: how can we better integrate different policy fields under the objective of better resilience of European societies? I would add to that which is part of the same dynamics, is that especially before the war, because when we speak about military in Europe, we speak about capacities, agreements, coordination, etc., etc. But especially before the war, when you were polling and asking people, would you be ready to defend your country? Quite dramatically, to be blunt, here where we are now in Benelux countries, less than 20% of the people said yes, less than 20. In Germany, around 20. Even in France, the European military power, 29%. When you go to East, the numbers are different. So how do you see that? How do you know that? Have we been undermining the psychological, cultural factor here? Is there something more at play? Like, put it bluntly, are Europeans, do they have stomach for war? Do they have stomach for defend for themselves? And how relevant is that politically? And if it's a problem, what should we do about that? Any comments?
Well, I could say a few things. I mean, in a way, it's good that Europeans, don't like war and don't have experience of it. It shows the success of the EU and NATO for so many years in developing a sense that we could take peace for granted. It was a natural way of things. You didn't want to sort of be a society like Israel, which has sort of been in this kind of war footing, or South Korea or others, expecting an invasion at any moment. But obviously, even despite the Ukrainian war, we still see, Tommy, you're right, from opinion polls, that Europeans still prefer diplomatic solutions, still distrust the military instrument. So a lot has not changed. For example, a few weeks ago, I was in Berlin for the Berlin Foreign Policy Forum, and the Körber Foundation published quite a big poll pointing to the fact that, despite Chancellor Scholz proclaiming the Zeitenwende, in Germany, and the increase of the German defense budget and 100 billion extra euros from the Bundeswehr, for the Bundeswehr, German public opinion hadn't sort of moved towards a more sort of strategic culture very much at all. So I think, there is a sort of a PR communications job to be done on this in Europe. Secondly, I think we have to look at Ukraine. What has made the Ukrainian population resistant so far, despite the unbelievable pressure that it's been under from Russian occupation, from the destruction of the physical infrastructure, the energy, and so on? Are there lessons for us in terms of how we build a societal resilience? The other thing, very briefly, is the Russian way of warfare. If the Russians do to us what they've done to the Ukrainians in terms of war crimes, in terms of occupation regimes, in terms of environmental damage, in terms of endangering nuclear power plants, threatening dams, provoking the outflow of millions of refugees, in terms of burning crops and so on, disrupting supply chains. If they did it to a NATO country, how resilient would we actually be? Do we have the backup generators? Do we have the ability to deal with mass casualties? Do we have the ability to deal with continuity of government? All of these kind of things. And it's not exactly the sort of thing that you want to think about at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday morning in Brussels. I agree, but we need to think about it. Can we be like the Ukrainians in Europe? And so this resilience theme is important, because if you don't have resilient citizens, you don't have resilient societies.
Indeed, Jamie. Henna, on this psychological, cultural issue, will of the people?
Yeah, there is big differences. As we heard about the work with the strategic compass, one of the ideas was, of course, that we should have a common view about the risks. And it's not so easy. We can understand the different member states, they have different history and political culture. And of course, it depends on the geography of the member states. In Finland, where we have 1,300 kilometer border with Russia, we have quite much resilience in Finland, of course, and we have been prepared for decades to defend our country. But it's easy to understand that in all the member states, the risk is not so near. It's not part of everyday life to little bit think about all the time about the eastern neighbor. But of course, people need to have something to fight for. So they have to understand the value of the society and European Union values, democracy and freedom of speech and human rights. And that's why it's important that political leaders are speaking about the importance of that. We are too much taking it as granted, I think.
Thank you. Sten, you is working actually, the focus is on the resilience factors. So would you have a comment on this psychological, cultural aspect? Or?
Well, I'm part of the post-Cold War generation. I came to age in that period of time where we all believed that interdependence and trade and globalization would magically resolve all of the conflicts around the world. I'm cutting a few corners here, but this is basically the idea that we were instilled with. And I think that's changed dramatically. And of course, it is very uneasy for everyone to see the foundations of what you believe be shaken, and this will take time. But for a very long time, and I think this is the message we have to continue to press home to our populations, is that we have underspent on defense, and security doesn't come cheap. It doesn't come cheap at all, and we have had it cheap for a very long time, and now is the time to change.
Thank you. We still have a couple minutes left, so there's one question which I put on the table, and it relates to the current moment and war in Ukraine, and actually maybe the end game of that. Ukraine is applying for EU membership, but also the NATO membership, and of course that we are very long from that moment. But of course you can think and ask yourself, how do you then, after all this is said and done, and the war has ended, how do you guarantee that the conflict between Russia and Ukraine will not continue? That it's clear that that cannot happen. And then the question is, what other means can there be than Ukrainians' NATO membership? So, in short, maybe Henna and Jamie, how do you see, what would be the framework conditions for Ukraine to be NATO member? I know that Finland is not member of the NATO, but very soon it will be, so I put that question. What would be the framework conditions for you, Ukraine to be member of NATO?
Yeah, maybe I'm not the best one to decide that because we are not even members.
I'd say that,
From
you know,
Finland, yeah, because of course we are more in the European Parliament focusing to EU membership of Ukraine, and of course we have to think that what is the reason why Russians why they attacked to Ukraine, and the reason was that Ukraine wanted to also have freedom, and they wanted to also have democracy, and they wanted to be like our European Union countries. They wanted to have freedom of speech and human rights and that kind of values, and Russians they can't take that. So that was the reason, and I think we should support Ukrainians in their way because they have the right also to decide themselves to which one allies they want to be a part. And of course it means that Russia, they have to leave from Ukraine before there can be peace. And then I think there will be a lot of work ahead of us in Ukraine, but we have to support them and their path to democracy and one sovereign country again. But maybe it won't happen very fast. It will take years. But I think it's important that they get the support from Western countries and from European Union for their path to democracy.
Thank you, Henna. Jamie, very shortly.
First of all, NATO ministers meeting in Bucharest, the place where back in 2008 the open door to Ukraine was made, obviously have reiterated. And of course, the more Putin has opposed, the more NATO itself has said, no, we're not going to be bullied. The door is open. I believe that we're going to have a kind of de facto Ukrainian membership of NATO before we have the official de jure membership, because the result of this war is the Ukrainian army will be integrated into NATO. The Ukrainian army will be operating uniquely NATO weapon systems and NATO technologies. The intelligence agencies, the air defense, all of this thing will be integrated. When the war ends, Tommy, Ukraine will be looking for foreign troops on its territory to provide some kind of peacekeeping force, some kind of security guarantee.
Point, yes.
Much of that will have to come from NATO, EU member states. So you'll have a kind of creeping sort of integration of Ukraine into NATO in any case, even before we get to the stage where obviously we can go through the formal process. But, I think that after this war, as far as Ukraine and the EU and NATO is concerned, we've gone past the point of no return. There's no going back now.
Very clear. So all but by name. Great. I think it was great discussion. We are now wrapping up. So I think so from the discussion, very clear. NATO is developing, is moving on. EU and European military cooperation is developing and moving on. I think the division of work is more clear. I think that the tension which was there, I think there is the less. What the speakers have been saying very clearly, that these both platforms are not only used as a tool for using the exact instruments what they have, but as a platforms to plan and modify the future actions. And I think the cooperation is going well. But as all the speakers were saying, the main issue is what will happen in Ukraine in upcoming months. And as the flag of Henna in the shirt and all our minds prove, that is our focus to support Ukraine, and that way to make sure that all the goods in Europe will remain and our security remains intact. So with that, thank you very much for audience, the speakers and online viewers for the questions, and I will pass back to Sandra. Sandra, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tommy. An applause for our distinguished guests. Thank you. As I said, thank you very much, Tommy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, next on we have an interview in cooperation with Microsoft. It will be conducted by the Martin Center Communication and Press Assistant Eleftheria Katsi, and interview is titled EU Cyber Legislation and the Geopolitics of Cybersecurity. Eleftheria, I invite you now to the floor.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you everyone for being here or watching online. My name is Eleftheria Katsi, and I am Communications and Press Assistant here at the Martin Center. And it is a great pleasure to be joined today by Florian Pennings, Director for European Government Affairs and Cybersecurity at Microsoft. Also to mention that Florian is a co-issue leader in cybersecurity for the American Chamber of Commerce to the European Union's Digital Economy Committee. And previously, before joining Microsoft, he worked at the Dutch National Cybersecurity Center and at the EU Cybersecurity Agency. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
So our discussion today will focus on EU cyber legislation and the geopolitics of cybersecurity. And we will have around 30 minutes to delve into these topics. We have seen that during the past months there have been much discussion about how geopolitics, such as Russia's invasion of Ukraine, has led to more cybersecurity threats. In the latest Digital Defense Report from Microsoft, it is pointed out that the hybrid war in Ukraine is the dawn of a new era of conflict. So, Florian, my question is to you, what are the new distinct threats that we have been facing recently? And what are the best defense tactics for digital companies, but also for national capitals?
Thank you, Lefty, and thanks for having me and having Microsoft to share some of our thoughts on this super important topic. And you asked me before, like, not to make it too technical, so I really will try to keep it at a generic level and hold me account to that. So if you look at the MDDR, as we call it, the Microsoft Digital Defense Report, is a report we've been launching for a couple of years now. And that's a report where we try to collect all our information, make an analysis, and also provide back to public authorities, to partners, and actually people who are interested in seeing, hey, what does a company like Microsoft see? What are the threats that we distill out of that? What are the actions that we propose? And it's been a project that I think we started off in 2020. I think that was the first one in September. And we've been doing that gradually. The whole idea behind it is that we, as a global company, as a global player, see a lot. We have a lot of data that enters our organization. Just to throw some numbers at you, it's around 43 trillion signals a day that 8,500 experts 24/7 look at. This is over 30 teams. They collect that. They put AI, machine learning on top of that to make sure that the information that gets out is understandable and is also actionable, because otherwise you won't be able to do anything with it. So coming back to that MDDR that you mentioned, also giving the panel we just had about Ukraine, we saw that once a year wasn't enough, so we actually launched in April and in June 2 additional reports. And even in the June 2022 report, we also gave some lessons learned, even whilst we're in that conflict still, just to say, okay, this is what we see. And I need to say here as well, that's what we see. That doesn't mean that that's what is the full truth, right? Because this is about everybody being able to share. So that's chipping in as a global company, taking our responsibility.
So generally, we have seen that cybersecurity has always been a pillar of Microsoft's work and public profile. How has the threat landscape changed in the past years, and how is your company anticipating these challenges?
So this is if we go back to the pandemic, and I think many here in the room and yourself, maybe online, have heard this in many different conversations, but we really saw an enlargement of the threat surface. That means that more people went online, they went longer online. That means that you've got more people creating situations that require stronger cybersecurity. And what we've seen over the last years is that happened, and at the same time we've seen nation-state actors and nation-state sponsored actors coming out of Russia, Iran, North Korea, becoming more active, becoming more bold, even becoming sometimes more visible. So you see that growing as well. And in our MDDR, that's also one of the things where we're really we're picking it up, we're analyzing that, and we're putting some actions around it. Coming back to the question you asked before, because that's incredibly important here. that what we always say, in order to defend yourself against that, and again, trying to keep this as generic as possible here, is that 98% of everything can be stopped by good cyber hygiene, meaning multi-factor authentication, meaning that you've got good cybersecurity services and products in place. You've got awareness trainings, and you do patching as well. So if you know that there's a vulnerability in a software isn't secure anymore, and big vendors like Microsoft, but also industry around the globe, they send out information, please patch this, make sure it's updated. Please do that. And that already takes away 98% of the cases that we've seen.
I would also like to take the opportunity to ask a question based on what you just said. So what would be your recommendation for the average citizens that would like to increase their overall awareness and their skills towards these threats?
Well, first of all, make sure that when you get that simple update request, that you do it. Which is the basic one. Rely on, if you're in a company, right, and you get the opportunity to learn from trainings that are being given, or even awareness trainings that are being out there, take the time to do this. Don't just click through it, because this, again, is really taking out 98% of what we've seen being misused. So that's really the simple one.
And what do you think that is the role of private initiatives or public education?
It's incredibly important. One of the things that we are also, as Microsoft, really trying to get into at the moment is to have a discussion and to also try to get initiatives out there that say, okay, we can do a lot, but we need to do this in public-private harmony, right? So we are strong supporters of cyber skilling, which again is a bit of a broader term, and if you try to dissect it a little bit, cyber skilling is something that we have it as an initiative, a global cyber initiative actually, where we are looking at, okay, you need people that understand what cybersecurity is, that's your awareness. But you also need to have people in an organization that know how to work with it. Those are people that are really, these are, I often say, the boys and the girls in an operation room that are touching the buttons, they get threats in, they need to mitigate that, they need to respond. And that requires a different level of expertise than, for example, myself. I'm really into the cybersecurity policy element. So you need to also take that conversation a little bit further and start to look at, okay, where do you need to put your efforts in? Because otherwise, if we all focus on one element and just create awareness, that's just not enough. You need to give people tools and instruments.
Exactly. And yeah, now I would like to move a bit to the European Union and to discuss a bit its efforts to push for new binding rules on several aspects, such as online competition, data governance, digital services. I would like to ask you, how do you evaluate the EU's regulatory agenda, and what are the key topics on which your company supports concrete legislative efforts on the EU level?
That's a really excellent question, and also plays into, I think, one of the titles. This is what you see, for example, strategic autonomy and digital sovereignty and tech nationalism. It's out there, but if you take this back to security, and I think that the panel before described this really well, there's a common sense of urgency around what's security and who are our partners in this day and age. Obviously, as Microsoft, we're strong supporters of a transatlantic approach, strong supporters of the role that NATO plays, strong supporters of what a Trade and Technology Council can play in that, on and on and on. And then not only that, it needs to go wider too, right? So if you then would consider that, you could consider having discussions around what are democratic principles. How do we look at an open market? Where do we feel comfortable? Taking that one step further then into policy, and if I'm allowed to just focus on the cybersecurity policy, here we really see that, and I must say compliments there to how the European Commission has done that. A topic like the Cyber Resilience Act that now is recently proposed, which is it's massive. Huh? This is a really big piece of legislation going to look at all kinds of products and products with digital elements. The scope is enormous, and that means that the regulation will go beyond European borders. It will affect companies from all around the globe. And that's one element where I'd say, well, we see developments there. We need to be more secure because one of the things that I just mentioned, that patching is very important, vulnerability responsibility is very important. So that's that side on the products. Then on the other side, again, staying with cyber policy where I feel most comfortable, is critical infrastructure protection and security. And I think that I heard that mentioning here before as well. And that requires a bit of a different nudge. Because if you think about critical infrastructure 20 years ago, and I remember that because I was working in a national cybersecurity center, and previous to that, actually, I had the opportunity to work in the intelligence service. We worked on a physical understanding of critical infrastructure. Physical. That means that you could touch it, and then there came automation and network protection, and that grew and grew and grew. So we're now in a situation where if you think of critical infrastructure, you shouldn't only think about the old utilities, it's also digital critical infrastructure. And the European Union has made two proposals that really play into this. One is called the SIR Directive, which is an update of a 2008 dinosaur legislation, if I may say. And now that's an update of critical entities and resilience, how you put it in place. And the other one is the NIS2 Directive, which really looks at, okay, we're in a new paradigm, we're in a new world where we really need to look at our digital assets and how do we protect it in the best way possible. Mm-hmm. So that's where we really are focusing on right now, because that really impacts us as a company, but also our customers, right?
And how would you evaluate your cooperation with European capitals and Brussels specifically? We have seen lately that there have been many initiatives by high-level European leaders to include the tech community and work together on common challenges. So what is your view on that?
And an excellent question here, because one of the interesting things that I've been able to work in national security, as I just mentioned. Then I had the opportunity to work at ENISA, and now I look at actually the same problem from a company perspective, which is a global company, right? So what I see is that here in Brussels, and I think we should discuss this a little bit more, is if we look at national security and we look at European security and policy and frameworks, where do they match, but where do they not match? Where do we say, hey, listen, this is something where we prefer Brussels not to be involved in, and this is something where we'd say, hey, national capitals, please step up, speak up, because we need you here. That discussion isn't always present, and especially in cybersecurity being such a new, sort of new, young policy field, there's an opportunity to do that, because one of the beautiful things in cybersecurity is that it started from the beginning with a public-private approach. And what we've seen now, and that's the fortune of working in a company like Microsoft, is that we do also work at a national level 27 times. We try to be active and present in all the capitals, but we're also very active here. Mm-hmm. So we can see sometimes that certain things need to be brought together quite logically, but it's just not happening because either the framework isn't there, or there are ambitions that we're not talking about and they stay under the carpet. So you need to bring that up. Now, and then the last thing that I would like to say about this is that if you look at that and you are able to identify those common denominators or common objectives, I think then you can really have a good discussion saying, okay, how do we work together with information sharing and analysis sharing, and what is the strategic role here versus what is the operational role? It's completely different. Mm-hmm. And capitals understand this sometimes better. Really last thing, there we also need to acknowledge that you've got certain member states that just have more budget and more capacity than other member states. So should there be another system here in place on cybersecurity that says one helps the other a little bit? And then if you play that into a discussion like we mentioned just now about digital sovereignty or strategic autonomy, that doesn't always match.
Mm-hmm. Now I would like to go back to the challenges that are upcoming, and we discussed it before. We have seen that the pandemic and also geopolitical tensions, but also many other factors, have been a major challenge for the supply chains internationally. And I would like to ask you if you think that there will be future disruptions, and what is your comment on that?
So definitely, and this is also one of the points that we make in our digital defense report, and actually in numerous analysis that we bring out, is indeed supply chain is incredibly important, and that means that you've got different approaches to that. Obviously, for us as a company, any product and service that we put on the market for our customers is part of a supply chain in essence. You don't have these. You have standalone, but in essence, it's all connected. That means that if you start to regulate that again, and coming to an area where I feel most closely, it needs to make sense. Where we will always advocate for harmonized standards, harmonized approaches. If something already is invented in one place around the globe, why would we reinvent the wheel? Supply chain is a great topic or challenge actually to start addressing that. On top of that, I would like to also call out that I know that ENISA, the cybersecurity agency where I had the fortune to work before, they've done some great work on this and trying to look into that. And also the European Commission now is looking at how can we connect that into the NIS2 directive. There's an article in there, and the Cyber Resilience Act needs to come on top of that one as well.
Mm-hmm. And regarding cybersecurity, do you think that this is something that is prioritized and high on the agenda between the EU and the US as part of the transatlantic agenda?
Actually, it is. I think it's highly prioritized. And then again, here I'm coming back to my earlier comment where I said you've got all 27 member states having relationship with the United States, right? And that makes sense because you have national security agencies that do not want to disclose everything because of sources, because of protection of sources, etc. So that's at one side. On the other side, the EU can definitely play a strong role here to be the one that says, okay, what are the topics that we all feel comfortable at the European level to go and discuss, because you have a stronger position to do that on behalf of the EU. That isn't very visible in it to my knowledge, that I really see what's going to be discussed. I do know that there's at the EU-US cyber dialogue in the week of 12 December. The week before, 5-6 December, you've got the Trade and Technology Council. So there are things in the making where there's a good opportunity to start talking about cybersecurity. But again, question always is, what do you discuss, with which objective? And is it a strategic discussion about, hey, we should work more with each other, we should talk more about skilling, which is sort of a softer legislation, or are you going to discuss a topic like, hey, let's go more on the operational side and try to really collect information analysis? Because, for example, and this is just a suggestion I make on the spot, if you look at Ukraine and you see the enormous uptake of information we have there, shouldn't we cooperate more with each other? And based on discussions that I've had the fortune to have with some Commission members, but also with ENISA and other EU member state players, there's, I think, a opportunity to start exploring that a little bit more. But please, and that's a call we always make, do that with the inclusion of the industry, because we're often the first responders. We are often in a situation that we see it first, simply because of our wide customer network with our wide view, and that's very essential.
Now, a question about private companies. We have seen that the attack surface in the digital world is growing at a fast pace. How should private companies, but also policymakers, respond to this?
So, in a European, I can touch this from a couple of perspectives, right? But from a European perspective and a policy perspective, there is, first of all, ENISA does a lot. So try to catch on to what they're pushing out in terms of reports and advices. But also as a company, and I think that the biggest challenge here is the SME, so small, medium enterprises. Listen, if you're a company of 200 people or 150 people large, and you see all the regulation coming at you, and all the requirements, and you have to report incidents, you have to report on what you do for risk management, you even have to report how you, for example, adopt to certain standards. That's a lot of work, and that requires a lot of time from a smaller company. What the suggestion that I often make if I speak to colleagues in that field, also because of my previous roles, is try to find the relationship with your national competent authority. In the Netherlands, that will be the National Cybersecurity Center. In France, that will be ANSSI. Get that relationship going, not only to give them visibility about the challenges that you're facing, but also get the guidance and steering that you need. As a company, obviously, as Microsoft, we put a lot out there. This has been always my biggest positive surprise when I joined Microsoft 3.5 years ago, is that we put a lot out there. But it's so much, not everybody can read that. So we need to package that, make it easier to understand, so that especially the SME community can uptake that and put it in place.
And before we wrap up, I would just like to ask you, how sophisticated have cybersecurity operations become? And if you could also provide us with some concrete examples.
Well, read the MDDR, so read the Microsoft Digital Defense Report. It's becoming more and more sophisticated, but it's also becoming more and more bold. And I would like to turn to the other side, is what we've seen over the last year is that even though I just made a call to involve industry more actively and more, also behind the curtain, right? Just involve them in meetings that don't have to be disclosed. That's not why we want to do it, because we also see that a more secure environment helps us with a stable cyberspace, which is better to conduct business in as well. We need to be realistic in that. If you look at the at how we are adopting as industry, there's much more transparency about what we see. We put it out there. Imagine in our last report, we're actually going into sometimes labeling, and we used to call it attribution in the intelligence service, saying, hey, this is the responsible actor. We're naming that. When I joined in 2019, that wasn't the case. So we see that responsibility is a responsibility we're taking up. That means that there you can see the actors. So we see a lot of actors from Russia, obviously. That's mainly a nation-state sponsored attack. So we go to a certain extent that we say, okay, we think this is based on our knowledge and our information. That's the group that we think is responsible for that. And we see other players do this as well. We'd like to have a conversation also with the member state side. Okay, what do you see? And let's cross-check. And that doesn't mean that we need to completely be fully dependent on each other, but it means we need to create a framework in which we do that a little bit more.
So thank you very much for the great discussion. It was a pleasure to have you here today at the forum. And Sandra, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eleftheria and Florian. Dear audience, this was our interview in cooperation with Microsoft on cybersecurity and cyber legislation. We will now break for 15 minutes before resuming with our second interview of the day. So see you in 15 minutes at 11 o'clock. Thank you. dear guests, I would now kindly like to ask you to come down to the audience and take your seats as we are going to start soon. Thank you.
Vind jij de muziek een beetje uit?
Hello again to our audience here at the studio and to all of our online viewers. Before we resume with our next interview, I would like to remind you that you can use hashtag EIF22 and also hashtag Thinking Together on your social media channels to follow the debate. The next interview on the EU as a global hub for health innovation is brought to you by Johnson & Johnson and will be conducted by Senior Research Officer of the Martin Centre, Dr. Owen Drea.
Thank you, Sandra. Good morning, everybody. Great to be back. Anouk, welcome. As Sandra mentioned, my name is Dr. Andre from the Martin Centre. Very happy to facilitate this discussion and this conversation this morning. I think when we in the Martin Centre internally were starting to think about this year's EIF, we really wanted to consider the issue of healthcare and pharmaceuticals in general, particularly because of the pandemic and this entire new environment that has come out as a result of that. And I think one of the key things we were looking for is we were looking to partner with somebody who could give us, not just looking at what exactly the pandemic brought about and what it has changed, but also looking forward to what it has changed for EU policy and what it means for EU policy moving forward. And in that context, I'm very happy to welcome Anouk de Vrooij. She is Head of Government Affairs and Policy for Pharmaceuticals and Vaccines in EMEA for Johnson & Johnson. Anouk, welcome this morning. Because, we got the feeling in the Martin Centre that we've heard a lot from policymakers. We've heard a lot from the public about their experiences over the last number of years. But really, we haven't heard a lot from those who were involved at the coalface in driving forward healthcare and innovation policy in Europe. And for those maybe who are not so familiar, Johnson & Johnson founded a very long time ago, I think about 135, 140 years ago in the US. Now a truly global international company, which means that Johnson & Johnson survived not just this pandemic, but the last Spanish flu pandemic in 1918. And I think that's important too, that we take the long-term perspective. So I think, Anouk, it's fair to say we have a lot to discuss. So I might just start maybe by asking kind of a general question, because, at debates like this, we have experts who are, tech experts, we have energy experts. And while, many in this room might not be healthcare experts, we are certainly all directly impacted by healthcare. It's something that impacts, it doesn't matter gender, it doesn't matter social class, it doesn't matter location, it impacts on everybody. So we really, I suppose, as a starting point, we have to start at the pandemic. And I was just wondering, do you think that COVID has changed the perception of how we view healthcare and how we view how important it is for society as a whole?
Yeah, no, thank you, Owen. And first of all, thank you very much for the invite and for having me here. Well, maybe let's start with March 13, 2019. I think those of us living in Brussels will all remember Friday the 13th, but also the start of the lockdown here in Belgium. And for myself, it was also the start of an amazing professional period, because I was actually co-leading our discussions on our vaccine, on our COVID-19 vaccine, with the European Commission and with the member states. So suddenly I was doing an additional role on top of my role, and what happened very quickly in that period, of course, is that health became the priority of everybody. Whether it was your family or friends impacted by COVID, we were not knowing what was going to happen to them, or professionally being there, trying to support the government and society with finding a solution to overcome COVID-19. And I think, now, almost 3 years later, we start to forget that we were in this together. And what we saw is that everybody was trying to run the extra mile. whether it were the healthcare professionals, you know, doing extra hours and trying to save people, whether it were, you know, companies like mine, where suddenly we changed one of our production lines to produce sanitizing gels, or we, you know, our researchers got involved to help with the first PCR testing here in Belgium when the diagnostic capacity was not there yet. Or of course, with our vaccine, you know, accelerating our R&D whilst not compromising patient safety in trying to find a vaccine that would help us to get out of this situation. And that was together. I think also our industry association was doing everything they could to bring us together as an industry. I mean, we have the boundaries of European law that you know, prevents us sometimes as competitors to work together, but even there, we try to find new ways of working together. So I think, you know, COVID definitely has put health on the map. I sometimes mention also the reverse lobbying that suddenly started because the government officials wanted to talk to us on a constant basis, where we were with the research, where we were with the supply. And we were doing this at a record speed, but we kept those lines very open. And I think that was important, that we were always communicating with the governments directly. Also, not necessarily everything in the media, but very much really openly together in that space. Now, of course, almost 3 years later, I think 22nd of February 2022, we all know what happened, and with the war in Ukraine starting, and on top of the inflation, the energy crisis, and I hear you spoke about that also already earlier today and yesterday, suddenly governments had again many other priorities to focus on, and healthcare took a step backwards, and that's a bit unfortunate, but we shouldn't give up. I think, you know, the recovery fund has been launched, and implementation of that is still happening. Healthcare was and is a priority for recovery funding and relaunching the economy. So, you know, we need to now help member states to make the investments in the right places. Digitalization and healthcare definitely part of it.
Yeah, no, you mentioned government, and it's important to kind of highlight the, you know, the political relationships or whatever, because, you know, health is kind of, it's one of those issues which is crosses between party political boundaries, in the sense that it's central to what government activities, it's central to what the public expect the government to do. And sometimes I think that, you know, people don't understand that roughly about, you know, government spend somewhere between 8 and 12% of GDP in the EU on healthcare every year. It's vitally important. And we see it's also directly correlated to the aging in societies. So we're already seeing it in countries like Greece and Italy, where aging societies require even more and more spending on healthcare. And I'm just wondering, you know, you mentioned that there was this sense of togetherness and everything during the pandemic. But do you feel now that there is a risk that, you know, kind of healthcare could be deprioritized given all the crisis that you mentioned? And, you know, what can we really do to keep healthcare close to the top of the agenda, given, I suppose, the economic situation as well?
Yeah. No, well, absolutely. I think, well, first of all, inflation is also adding to an increased cost in general, also healthcare costs, right? So that makes it even more costly, and even if you invest more, you maybe just reach the same effect only, right?
Yeah.
Secondly, I would say, you know, and this is also about innovation and ideas here, and innovation is something, of course, companies like mine, it's our bread and butter, but innovation, brings new medical progress, scientific progress, and will further add to healthcare costs. As a, you know, we as a sector, we're fully, of course, also aware about that. And at the same time, you know, we do see already trends in several countries that innovation is being targeted, and healthcare innovation, I'm talking now, as a way to fill budget gaps, and austerity measures are hitting our sector today very heavily in Europe and across the world. And I mean, just not to pick on any specific countries, but to make it very concrete, you know, most recently, and this is outside of the EU now, but in the UK, our, you know, mechanism that we have with the government to pay back overspend of our healthcare budgets as a result of the pharmaceutical innovations that we bring is reaching unsustainable levels. So it used to be 5% that we were paying back. Then it went up to 15, and now it might be 30%. So our sector will contribute £4 billion back into the economy.
It's interesting you mentioned the UK, because this is a similar kind of pattern is happening in many EU member states. But I think what's interesting about Britain is that what we're seeing now is the result of probably, you know, decades of underinvestment in the National Health Service in Britain. It was, you know, it's interesting as an aside that it was a fundamental argument of the Brexiteers that by leaving the EU that the British government could pump more money into the NHS. But it speaks to your point about how even though healthcare is vitally important, it's often used as I wouldn't say a piggy bank, but it's often used as a place where finances can be, you know, diverted to other sources. What is really interesting that you mentioned is that, you know, both personally and societally and governmentally, we really only think about healthcare when something goes wrong, as we, you know, we see in our own lives, or as we see with the pandemic. Which, so I think it would be very unfortunate should that situation be allowed to continue in the current years with regard to the budgetary situation. So, kind of moving on then back to kind of the title of this conversation about how the EU wants to be projecting healthcare innovation going forward. So we have an EU which is like probably the second biggest economic bloc globally, you know, wants to project itself forward as a leader in global health innovation. We have a very well-developed pharmaceutical sector, including companies like Johnson & Johnson, which can bring a lot of expertise to helping the EU fulfill its ambitions. So I suppose, you know, from an industry perspective, what really should the EU be focused on to ensure that you know, we can keep innovating in Europe?
Yeah, it's a very important point, I would say, and I think most of you will know Johnson & Johnson, the pharmaceutical arm of it. Janssen Pharmaceuticals has its heritage here in Belgium, and still, you know, one of our largest R&D and manufacturing sites are based in Flanders, in Beerse, and still a lot of our researchers worldwide are going there. So, and we want to keep that. So I think that is also, you know, what we need to keep in mind, that also companies like ours, we want to keep that footprint here in Europe, which besides Belgium, we have our vaccine site in the Netherlands, we have a big site in Switzerland, and also in Ireland we do a lot of our ingredient manufacturing and other plants, biologics plants that we have there. So that is already there, and yeah, we will have future investments to make. So, you know, our science doesn't stand still, as I was mentioning earlier. And today, you know, the kind of medicines that we are developing, I mean, it's no longer, I'm a pharmacist by training, but it's no longer the pills in a box, you know, that you produce in a factory where people put the pills in the box and the quality can be controlled from A to Z very easily and as a way of speaking. Now we're moving into the phase of cell and gene therapies and complex biologics made out of cell culture. So it's a totally different framework that we need. So to answer your question, I think we need, you know, policies that will support access to highly skilled people, that can move easily between countries and regions, because especially in those areas we are actually building right now in Ghent a new cell factory, and that will be one of the challenges, to find enough people that can do that job. We need the policies that follow the science So again, cell and gene therapy, as I gave as an example, is not anymore the simple pills, and the European Commission is actually revisiting its pharmaceutical legislation to take that into account. So it needs to be future-proof, that policy enables science, new medications, new innovations, and doesn't hinder it. I think, every policy that Europe is putting forward, we should look at it through the lens of, does this make Europe more attractive as a place to do investments? And of course, there's other important things like improving patient access and then sustainability of our healthcare systems and of our planets, all these lenses, but also the attractiveness for investment. Yeah. As you know, our companies in the pharma sector, we do a lot of clinical trials that, in collaboration and partnership with startups, with academic researchers. So again, policies that enable those partnerships are critical.
Yeah, because it's interesting. When I was doing a little bit of research for this conversation, I was really, as an economist, I was struck and pleasantly surprised by just the huge economic contribution that the pharma sector in general makes. We're talking like 37 billion euros of R&D in 2019. So that was actually before the pandemic, and something like nearly a million direct jobs. And I think sometimes that other sectors are a bit more, have been a bit more successful in projecting their influence in Brussels, that perhaps they don't bring the same economic benefits that they do around Europe. And I think your point about when you were just mentioning the different Johnson & Johnson facilities, it's really around Europe, it really is underpinned by the single market. So I think, from a policy maker's perspective, from a centre-right EPP perspective, it's vitally important that we continue to work on all those, all those limitations within the single market that can restrict, be it, access or movement. And certainly I think the shortage of workers is vitally important, because pharma jobs tend to be very, well-paid jobs in general, jobs that require high levels of education a lot of the time. So they're actually, if you were to look for a poster boy for, driving forward innovation, it's these kind of jobs. Maybe if we could just, focus on one or two, more specific issues. We have about 10 minutes left. Is that, I suppose the EU's big response, or the Commission's big response, was the pharmaceutical strategy for Europe, launched in November 2020. And for those who aren't familiar, basically it was, the aim was to support industry. It was based on 4 key pillars. One was like affordable medicine. I think another one was exactly this, to increase innovation, and also about, crisis preparedness, to ensure that we are ready and able to deal with crises in the future. So I was just wondering, kind of from your perspective, like the overall framework is fine. We can all agree that we need to do all of these things, but I was just wondering from your specific kind of viewpoint, are there any specific maybe concerns or worries you might have about the strategy?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if you allow me, I would just like to, one number, because you quoted R&D, and I did a bit of a fun calculation, because I have difficulties remembering numbers, and especially when they're very big, So $14.7 billion is what Johnson & Johnson invested in R&D worldwide in 2021. And in fact, if you would put $10,000 a day aside, you would need 4,000 years to save that amount of money. So I think that makes it speak a little bit more. When we talk about billions, I'm always struggling, like, what is it? But it's enormous, right? So, so indeed, I mean, I know that, just quickly responding to that point, that our companies, of course, generate a lot of revenues, which is good for the economic growth of Europe, of other parts of the world. But we reinvest a lot in future innovations, and we shouldn't forget that our innovations of today are the generics of tomorrow. So you also generate savings in that way. So just wanted to, before responding to your question, put that into context. But yes, so the European pharmaceutical strategy, and again, I mean, for me, it's quite a special moment, because when I started my career more than 20 years ago, I started actually as project manager regulation 2000s. And I was working in our industry association at the time, coordinating the review of the pharma legislation that took place, that was going to take place then after the creation of the European Medicines Agency. So, now almost more than 20 years later, I think, oh my God, again, really? But in a different role. Now I'm leading a team, and yeah, my team, it takes a lot of their time also to look at what is coming and what we want to prioritize as a sector, but also listening what other stakeholders are saying and what they find is important, because I think that is where we will be successful again if we do this together. Yeah. But for our sector, I mean, there are obviously a couple of things that are really critical, and I maybe will just mention 3 of them, if that's okay. Yeah. Well, first of all, we need we need to maintain a predictable intellectual property environment in Europe. And again, intellectual property rights is often in society sometimes even misunderstood and often criticized. But in fact, it drives competition, it drives innovation, because when we file patents, we actually have to disclose a lot of the information on which further research can be built. And for companies like Johnson & Johnson, a predictable climate for intellectual property rights, IP as we call it, is necessary to be able to make the investments and have some certainty that there will be a return if you're successful. So I think that we should really not undermine and not underestimate the importance of it. Secondly, as part of the pharma strategy, there will also be a lot of work being done around health data. And there is already a proposal from the European Commission on the table on the creation of a European health data space. Looks a bit like this in my imagination, the ceiling we have here. So all that data from different places, trying to connect it so that we can actually, whether it comes from a member state, whether it comes from government, from universities, or from pharmaceutical companies, learn from it and accelerate science and innovation. So here again, I would say the word is together. As a sector, we produce a lot of data, but we also need access to data. And so the policies that are being developed to create this health data space should fully reflect that. Okay. And then I would say the last area is, addressing, of course, the affordability concerns is critical. But at the same time, as I gave with the example of the UK, we should be careful that the pharmaceutical sector is not just seen as an easy target for austerity measures and getting money back. So we need to really shift to value-based healthcare systems, and this is maybe a word that sometimes is being overused, but what we mean with that is healthcare that will give the best treatment to the right patient at the right time, and that we also look at it from a broader societal perspective. So, a healthy person is an active person versus somebody who cannot participate in society. So I would maybe just highlight those 3, but we could continue probably much longer if you want.
And it's interesting. I'm just thinking, intellectual property, kind of, data. I suppose there are two issues now that have really come back into focus because of, wider geopolitical factors. With China and with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So I think, what we shouldn't forget as well is that, healthcare can be a very critical component of these wider geopolitical forces. And I think what we're seeing in Europe is, I suppose, brought about by the real difficulties in supply chains we witnessed during the pandemic is, how critically important a lot of these issues are for us. And it's not so much, I think, an issue of, having to bring everything back to European shores. But I think it's certainly an issue that, you want to have these supply chains in, some people call it friendshoring or whatever you want to call it, but I think it's vitally important. We have about 3 minutes left. I just saw we have a question from Peter Heffele, our research director. And he was asking just about, the pandemic has really shown that, mental health is a vitally important, a vitally important space within the wider healthcare environment. And I was just wondering, and it speaks also to what was going to be my last question, which was about like everybody's own, the pandemic was very difficult. Everybody has had their own personal experiences. So I was just wondering, do you see any kind of new approach developing, more kind of a holistic approach to healthcare and pharma, where mental health is approached, not as being something separate, but as being kind of a real key part of that strategy? I know it's a difficult question. I'm still kind of formulating it, but I think it speaks to everybody's experience over the last couple of years.
No, absolutely, and I think mental health and physical health are fully interconnected, and you cannot be well if you're not well in one part of the body, the top or the whole thing together. Yeah. So I think we will have to look at more also, moving from treating disease, preventing disease, which probably, if you're not, because mental health also comes, when you're sick, your mental health will be affected.
Yeah.
So if we can move earlier into diagnosing disease, more like personalized care also, that the mental health of the patient is also being taken care of. Yeah. But then I think as a society, I mean, I think it's not just a role for a pharmaceutical company. No. I think we all have to watch this carefully. I think all of us have been through this pandemic. It's not something that happened only in China, or it happened in the whole world at the same time collectively. Yeah. I think we learned a lot from that. What does it do to people to be in isolation? Yeah. What does it do when suddenly people, you lose them because they got heavily impacted by COVID? So I think society needs to reflect to that. Or for me personally, I was, as I mentioned in the beginning, bombarded as co-lead for our vaccine and doing the second role, which was like overwhelming, but at the same time so enriching. Because I think, I would probably never have had this professional experience in 2 years' time that I had, because I got the opportunity of leading this. Yeah. So, but at the same time, I also, realized afterwards that I was in such a flow that I had to be careful. Like, whoa, what was I doing? I've always been quite good in balancing my work and my life, and okay, it's floating a little bit into each other sometimes, but in a nice way. And suddenly I almost became like this workaholic. I'm like, what am I doing here? I have a family, I have 2 kids, and I was constantly with my mission to get there with the team in doing what we wanted to do. And so I think, all of us will sooner or later face this type of situation in life, right?
And I think the personal experience is now reflected certainly at a European Parliament level, where there are several kind of healthcare initiatives, and it's good, I guess, from a centre-right perspective, that the EPP are at the front of that, particularly when it comes to mental health initiatives. Anouk, it was a great conversation. I can't believe the 30 minutes has gone by so quickly. But Sandra, I think I have my cue to call you so we don't fall behind.
Indeed, Owen. Thank you very much. A big applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. Thank you, Anouk. This was an interview brought to you by Johnson & Johnson. We will now break again for 15 minutes, and I will be seeing you again at 11:45 here at the studio and online for our last panel, the 4th panel of this European Ideas Forum 2022. Hello, dear guests. We will be starting in 5 minutes, so if you could please come down from the gallery and take your seats. Thank you. Dear guests here at the studio, dear online viewers, we have arrived to the last panel discussion of this European Ideas Forum 2022. Geopolitical Realities in a Changing World is the title of the panel, and we look forward to our panelists shedding light on the shifting geopolitical landscapes. To keep the debate lively, I invite you to use the hashtag EIF22 on slido.com by leaving your comments and answer to the following Slido question. What would be the most effective method to ensure the strategic security interests of the EU? A. Speeding up the EU enlargement process. B. Intensifying cooperation with non-EU like-minded member states. C. Intensifying the presence of the EU in international organizations. With that said, I would now like to give the floor to the Martin Center Policy Director, Mr. Peter Häfele. Peter, the floor is yours.
Sandra, thank you very much for your kind invitations. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the room and online, a very warm welcome to the last panel of our European Ideas Forum. I'm very delighted and honored to have such a high-ranking audience and speakers with us, which I will introduce in a second. As I mentioned, the event is live streamed as well, so I would like to welcome the audience all around the globe, I hope. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, we will tap into the geopolitical elephants, such as the war in Ukraine, the rise of China, and, of course, the impact, for example, on global trade architecture. But as we flag this event, the European Ideas Forum, I would like to dig a bit deeper into the topics, what it means for Europe and from Europe, such, for example, that the development of a new strategic culture, the constitutional framework we are operating here in Europe, and the chances and limitations of the transatlantic relations, but also beyond that, for example, into the Asia-Pacific region. Well, to tackle all these questions, 45 minutes is rather an ambitious goal. So with the first round of questions I will pose to you, we should keep it very shortly. Then we open the discussions, and as Sandra just mentioned, we have the option to get your ideas and questions into through the Slido platform, so be prepared. We will later on then integrate this in our discussions. So let me just briefly introduce, and Aslaf, if you allow, I will start with the ladies here. Susan, you are the face and voice of America, I would say, in Brussels, having served here for many years, now being the CEO of the American Chamber of Commerce to the EU. You represent thousands of companies here in the US, but it's more than just the business issue. I think it's the whole policy field. So we are very much interested in having the voice and the perspectives from the United States here. Teresa, we have met several times. You are the director and founder of the Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies, quite an ambitious one. You're also the member of the Council for Security Cooperation in the Asia Pacific, and also one leg, at least, in the United States, being a senior fellow at the Chicago Council on Foreign and Global Affairs. And Vladislav, last not least, you're very well known, not only during your former positions in your home country in Poland as the Security and Defense Minister in Foreign Affairs issues, but now even more here in Europe, in the European Parliament, in the Committee of Foreign Affairs, Special Committee on Artificial Intelligence, and Subcommittee of Security Defense. So the whole range and the whole issues. This. Aslav, I would like to start our first round asking you, in my observation, one of the most striking developments in recent months is not only due to the aggression of Russia into Ukraine, is the internal power shift within the European Union. In our last panel, Jamie touched upon this issue, how the geography of power within Europe might have changed, and I think it's particularly clear for your home country that Poland really makes a difference now, and this is, for example, my home country, Germany, a huge issue to understand how power shifts have happening, how old traditional axes such as Paris, Berlin might lose influence and new powers might emerge. What conclusions do you draw out of this development? Am I right with my observation? And is the current political framework in Europe suitable for this, or do we have to think of different approaches? So what's your opinion on that?
Well, I think Brexit adversely affected the internal balance of power because a major country left the EU, leaving two very large member states. The average EU state is 18 million, and France and Germany are much more than that. So I'm glad that we have made Ukraine a candidate, because the accession of Ukraine will rebalance the EU again. But of course, this is going to be a huge challenge. What we are expecting from Germany is for you to start doing what your Chancellor said you would do, which is to start taking defense seriously.
Mm-hmm. If we look beyond the borders, because the topic of our panel is now also geopolitics, and I mentioned that issue, it's not just the periphery, which of course absorbs a lot of power for the moment, but looking beyond, for example, also in the Mediterranean area or even the Indo-Pacific, which I will later discuss, of course, with you from the US perspective. But this is something which is in our minds, or have we completely focused only on these narrow perspectives?
I think our first duty should be to stabilize our two neighborhoods, which are both on fire in the south and in the east. And we don't have the instruments to do it yet, which is why I hope we do what the strategic compass envisages. And we had some votes at the AFET today. We need to create a rapid reaction force that can back up our diplomacy with force if need be, and in case the Americans are engaged in the Far East. Putin's invasion of Ukraine is literally the last warning for us to become serious.
Mm-hmm. Teresa, the word of the year might be the German word, German expression of Zeitenwende, time shift, and the claims for a new strategic culture. We have touched upon that in recent debates. I'm always wondering, isn't it rather our perception of things happening than the things themselves having changed? Is there really this big rupture in the strategic and geostrategic environment we are calling it now, or is it rather we have closed our eyes? And I think if I read your articles over the last years correctly, you always had been very outspoken on the dramatic changes, be it China, be it Russia, but apparently it often felt on deaf ears. Is this different this time? Do you really believe in the time shift?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I don't take it for granted seeing people in real life, so I'm very honored to be here. And I should just add that the Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies, CRIAS, was founded 6 years ago because I'd lived in Russia for 5.5 years, and then I lived in China for 4. So when I came back to Brussels, I lived in Brussels previously for 3 years. When I finally came back to Brussels, I thought, wow, everyone's really going to see the connections between Russia and China. And there was still a silo effect going on. So sometimes I would do some talks at NATO, and they're like, why are you at a place called the Asia Studies? So I had to actually found a center that tried to connect the dots between Russia and China. So finally, we are doing that now. And we've seen, for example, with the February 4th document that both Putin and Xi signed just prior to the Olympics in Beijing, it's very strong, this relationship. And for those who've been paying attention, as you kindly mentioned, this has been going on for many years. And this idea of cooperation, strategic alignment between Russia and China. And to prepare for this event, I looked at the talk last year, and the first speaker, who is a former Prime Minister of Finland, he said there are 3 strategic blocks in the world. So he said the US, China, and the EU. And he's from a country that shares a border with Russia, and he never even mentioned Russia. But he, so I think everyone now is paying a great deal of attention to Russia, and this idea, as MEP Sikorski noted, our neighborhood is on fire. So this idea of having a ring of friends, instead we're surrounded by a ring of fire. So this idea of geopolitics is actually quite new to EU institutions. I've lived in this town for 15 years now, altogether almost 20, with internships and things like that from my youth. But the idea that we don't do geopolitics was part of the mantra in EU institutions. So anything that was happening outside this lovely garden of the EU was something that wasn't really on their agenda. So the fact that they have a strategic compass is a really positive step, and I'm really glad to see that. And the other issue is, the other mantra was, there is no such thing as a hard power solution. And we see now with Russia, hard power is something that we must address. And the idea of geopolitics, because this is about geopolitical realities in a changing world, we saw today NATO actually discussed with European partners. There's only 4 EU member states that are not a member of NATO. So there's even closer cooperation between NATO and the EU. And I think that living in this town, there used to be 2 elephants that never really spoke to each other. And we see with this new geopolitical era, there's a lot more cooperation and discussion. And I think it can improve. But it's a good positive trajectory. Because there are many things that the EU can do that NATO can't do, especially in regard to the economic angle. We saw strategic investments, perhaps in commanding heights, the electric grid, nuclear power stations, ports. We know that Germany just sold 24.9% of a key German port, even though members of the German coalition were against it, and 6 ministries, including intelligence. So have we learned some lessons about overdependence on Russia? I think people talk about overdependence on Russia, but they don't seem to want to apply those same lessons to China.
I take this issue of the like-minded partners, for example, later on, because the question we here raised to the public indeed is about that question. But the other point you mentioned, the economic issues, of course, so that is something which naturally comes into our mind if we talk about the transatlantic relations. It has improved, definitely, I would say, over the last years, but nonetheless, there are a lot of roadblocks still out there in the defense issue, in the digitalization issues, data security issues. We are on good way, I would say, but the roadblocks remain to some extent. And one has to ask, of course, the current economic crisis, might this rather endanger this improvement of relations? Think about the fighting against inflation, for example, shielding economies against the impacts of whatever adverse powers or economic reasons. So where do you see the transatlantic relations for the moment, and what can still be improved, of course?
Okay, well, it's a pleasure to be here as well, and great to meet everybody, even though some people are behind me, and a bit like Teresa, just to put it out there as well, AmCham EU proudly represents, actually, indeed, thousands of smaller companies, but actually 165 US companies, which we classify as committed to and invested in Europe. And indeed, where does the transatlantic relationship stand? It's a big question. In brief, indeed, we've had some very turbulent years. Maybe one comment on the geopolitics to put that in perspective. I think as a business organization, it's important to stress that we're representing businesses here. We're non-political. So that's just to put it out there first of all. And actually business for many years did sort of stand back and feel, this is not our world, geopolitics, it's out there, but we're just going to get on with what we're doing here. A bit like you said, Teresa, we don't have to comment or touch on that. This is not affecting us. I mean, there was a big shift back in 2007, 2008, when the reality was the economic crisis is definitely impacting us. We have to be speaking out, doing more. And we've, during that time since then, with regard to the transatlantic relationship, made big efforts. I think it's worth mentioning the TTIP, so the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, where we tried very hard to advance the economic relationship. We've had some turbulent years with the previous US administration under President Trump. I would say in brief, the last 2 years have been a lot better. The tone has changed. We felt and feel that we are making big advancements with regard to the overall relationship, a lot more communication, a lot more back and forth, a lot more will there. We've seen, I've got to mention the TTC, the Trade and Technology Council, as a concrete example of a forum that has now been set up with exactly this goal in mind, not specifically now to try again for a trade agreement, but to really be a forum for improving and building upon the relationship and creating more understanding, which is maybe a theme I can come back to later. Where we stand at this present moment in time, and you alluded to that, Peter, I think, is there are some potential roadblocks there, which we've got to be very careful of avoiding. This is sort of top of mind at the moment. There is a TTC, it's called, Trade and Technology Council Ministerial coming up this Monday. We want that to be a success. It needs to be a success. There are some concrete deliverables that on the table that the principals want to put out there with regard to taking this relationship forward. There is what's called the Inflation Reduction Act that came out several months ago now, which is making the media, making the headlines. We have to be very careful that this does not detract from what we are trying to achieve through the TTC. So I think, that's my message for today. Where does the relationship stand? I believe there is a lot of goodwill there on both sides. Everyone wants this to work. We as AmCham EU and the business community are absolutely behind the need for the EU and US to cooperate in today's world with all these other players. Like you said, Teresa, a few years ago, we just talked about the EU and the US. Now there may be 4 players. I don't know. You've got India out there as well. It's multipolar. So we have to stand together. So maybe I'll just leave it there with the message that we have to create a better understanding of both sides. It's not a given that we understand each point of view, but we have to work together. So I see it as a crucial moment for next week, but we've got to remain positive and do our bit to drive this forward.
And it's definitely not the governments themselves. It's a vast network, and we as Martin Center, for example, consider, of course, ourselves as part of this transatlantic improvement, but chambers of commerce, academic institutions, parliaments, I think, absolutely crucial. Back to this issue of the strategic culture and the development, what do you think should be done also by institutions such as us to improve this? There's a lot of established coalitions, corporations, exchange programs, but Reslav, on the parliament's level, for example, which is often a weak point, have I observed in international relations. It's government to government, the traditional ones, but I think parliaments play an absolutely crucial role. Maybe some observations from your side.
Well, Bob Kagan once said that Americans are from Mars and Europeans are from Venus, and I think that's broadly correct. The European Union was founded as a war preventative mechanism, and therefore we tend to think that things can be resolved through dialogue, through trade, through enlargement, through concessions. And we now have a Genghis Khan on our borders who believes that conquest is the solution. You mentioned that the mantra for decades has been, there is no hard power solution. But actually, when you say that, it means that you're ready to capitulate. And we shouldn't capitulate to Putin. And therefore, we need to change our strategic culture. And we need to defend our values. We need to defend our friends and allies. And it's almost too late. There's an old saying that countries and groups of countries reform themselves when it's almost too late. And that moment has just arrived.
Teresa, you could observe this process of changing minds. We both lived abroad. We have sometimes warned earlier, but apparently deaf eyes and ears are everywhere. What did change in your observation? What really triggered, and how can we continue this momentum?
Well, as we know, the European Union tends to respond to crises, and this is what they've done. But I think it's been really dramatic, and I think everybody was so pleased at the dramatic moves that they did make. Now, they have to keep it going. It's very difficult. I don't think neither Putin nor Xi Jinping expected such solidarity among EU member states. We even saw neutral countries like Switzerland put sanctions on Russia. So this was an incredible period. But there's a danger now. We're seeing a fragmenting of narratives. The longer this war goes on, there's going to be an attempt to try to break the solidarity within the EU. We see almost another pole coming up between Central Eastern Europeans and the Baltics because they're right on the front line. They understand how serious and how high the stakes are. So I think that it's important to maintain the solidarity. And I think, we've seen the EU, we've seen Ursula von der Leyen really grow into her position, I would say. And I think that she's done an amazing job. But the key thing now is, you talked about, the different mentalities of Venus, Mars, and I love that. That's a great reminder. And I think that strengthening the European pillar within NATO, we've seen 2 EU member states, Sweden and Finland, traditionally neutral, asking to join NATO. So I think that that's a real sign that we already have this institution established. Let's strengthen the European pillar within it, because we don't have the luxury of time at this point. And we really have to think far more strategically. As I speak, Charles Michel is traveling to Beijing. We saw the Chancellor of Germany, Scholz, travel immediately to Beijing right after the party congress. What kind of messages are they sending to Beijing? I think we really have to see the world as it is, not as we would like it to be.
As an economist, I always talk about resources, and I remember very well, Susan, the discussion on the US side that Europe has to put more resources, not only in defense, and engaging more globally. And keeping in mind what you mentioned, that it's beyond into the Asia Pacific, for example, which will be the most important theater probably. And in the US, the answer is quite clear. It's the Western Pacific which matters. So in terms of mobilizing resources, maintaining this momentum you mentioned, what do you think from a US perspective? Is it credible? Are the Europeans really up to maintain and even engage more? Because it's their periphery, their backyard?
I think it's probably more for Radoslav to comment on that, but I think, you know, on the economic side, they need to be. I think that the challenge at the moment is the short-term challenges that we have balanced against the bigger picture. I mean, we absolutely agree. This is, you know, the what's going on in Ukraine, the war, as businesses are absolutely condemning. We condemn it, and we must be careful that fatigue does not come in, which you're seeing a little bit already in terms of even just being talked about in Brussels, if we're honest. It's talked about far less. We've got to be very careful about that. But the challenge here is the actual economic challenges we see every day and the ones that are affecting citizens, the energy crisis, the cost of living, and how we address that while keeping the bigger picture in mind with the investments that are going to be needed for ensuring the strength of Europe, strength of the relationship going forward as well. I mean, one of the big concerns that business has at the moment, I would say in Europe, is the competitiveness of Europe and the attractiveness of Europe. So, you know, to your question of whether does Europe have the capacity and the economic capacity to support, it's got to ensure that its economy remains strong. So, you know, one theme that we're starting to see come in due to what's happening is the rise of protectionism again. Whether it's the rise of protectionism, in our case, on either side of the Atlantic, you know, both sides are saying, you know, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act, whether it's what's happening on digital over here, and then it's whether it's the rise of protectionism within Europe itself, with certain countries now, everyone sort of hunkering down, starting to protect a little bit more. This is dangerous, and we have to be sure that that doesn't happen. I think this is all that what is needed to ensure moving forward that we do stay solidly together. You know, on the EUS front, this sort of subsidy race that is potentially on the horizon is not good. And, you know, just I can see, you know, this is a very strong theme, the protectionism piece with certain countries in Europe. We have to just push back on that. European unity is absolutely essential. You know, another aspect to throw out there is, you know, we've got migration, a lot of challenges on our doorstep, how different countries are reacting to that, rule of law issues, and so forth. So there's a lot to tackle in the short term. So it's this balance, short term, balance with make sure we keep the big picture and not forget about it for exactly the reasons that you've mentioned.
I'll be back in a second. That was indeed my next topic, but
I just
Teresa.
Want to do a quick 2 fingers on the Indo-Pacific. I mean, I've lived in Brussels long enough to know that Indo-Pacific was a word that you couldn't even say. You couldn't put it on a conference flyer. And now the EU has embraced the Indo-Pacific. They have their own Indo-Pacific strategy. Member states, Germany, Netherlands, France also have an Indo-Pacific strategy. And we see today with the rotating Czech EU Council presidency, it is a landlocked country, and they have embraced the Indo-Pacific. So I think that this is a key sign that it's important. France, in the French presidency, they had also promoted the Indo-Pacific strategy with the new Swedish government. I'm not sure if they will also do that, but I think it's definitely on the European strategic landscape, and we have to understand that this is all connected. I think that we understand if something happens in the South China Sea, that will affect Europe's economy. So I think that they've traveled a big distance, and we really should acknowledge that.
Well, this speaks for the incredible complexity, and over the last 2 days in our conference, we touched upon a lot of things from energy to digitalization, even to health. So, Radoslav, giving your insights into political processes, are we really capable, having enough resources, not in a material sense, but in also intellectual sense, to cope up with these things? This is something which we as a Martin Center, of course, consider ourselves as being part of the discussion. So what can you expect a bit more from these intellectual exchange we have here, from the new ideas hopefully we have created? Or what is about the processes even in the parliament? Is there anything you think has changed, has to be changed?
Well, in the parliament we've recognized realities. I proposed a paper which has been adopted on our policy on China. It should be a nuanced approach. Collaborate where possible, compete where needed, and confront where necessary. And I think you're right that business has discovered that there are geopolitical risks. We have plenty of brain power. The resources is the issue, I think. And we do have a challenge in Europe. You already in the United States had, and I know you represent American companies in Europe, but the shale gas revolution already gave the US a cost advantage in terms of energy. The breach with Russia is augmenting that. If you add the subsidies that you mentioned, which are attracting our companies to the US, and the possible confrontation between US and China, into which we would probably be drawn in some fashion. The US would probably ask us, as they do, are you with us or with our enemies? How do we maintain our competitiveness and our standard of living, with such huge shifts? And my answer to that is that we need to restore Russia as our resource base. But for that to happen, we need to win in Ukraine and have a regime change in Russia and a more reasonable government there.
I would now like to ask Sandra to see what the audience thinks of the future constitution, of where to engage most effectively. Sandra, so please let us see the results of the Slido.
Thank you, Peter. As you can see, our audience here at the studio, but also online, voted to the question, what would be the most effective method to ensure the strategic security interests of the EU? Overwhelmingly, so 65% voted for intensifying cooperation with non-EU like-minded states. 29% voted for speeding up the EU enlargement process, while 6% voted for intensifying the presence of the EU in international organizations.
Well, that's a quite clear answer, I would say. I will touch upon...
What about strengthening European defense?
That's indeed part of this issue, but I will stick to the 65%. That means our larger family, if I may say so. India has, for example, mentioned the Indo-Pacific. There are a number of states which we consider as democratic partners. What they are, and they are always on the train, on the track, it's another issue. But I think this is also related to the concept of Europe we have in the future. And you mentioned in the beginning that once Ukraine will join EU in whatever way, then of course that is 14 million people that will reshape the landscape of Europe. So will this increase our weight, or do we have to do a lot of reforms internally? Because the constitutional issue is something which we hardly touched upon, but is the big question behind all the considerations. I have to just continue with you, because I think as a member of parliament, you are very much involved in these discussions. It's a big issue for all parties, in particular also for the European People's Party, as one of the founding fathers and mothers of the European project.
Well, I also took part in the Conference on the Future of Europe, where my group, the European People's Party, proposed things like creating the post of a defense commissioner, creating a joint headquarters for the EU, and indeed a rapid reaction force. When you say constitutional reform, I take it to mean looking at the unanimity principle. And this is a really difficult subject, because under the current rules, it's very easy for France and Germany, who have a pre-coordination mechanism under the Élysée Treaty, taking just two smaller countries to have a blocking minority. So France and Germany have an effective veto power. Nobody else would if we dropped unanimity. I think it needs reform, but I think there is more than one way of getting away from unanimity. There is a simple majority of states. There is a system like in the German Bundesrat, where larger states have up to 5 votes, I think. Smaller states have 3 votes. there is the question of double majority, perhaps when Ukraine joins, which would rebalance the distribution of power. This goes to the heart of power inside the EU, is therefore, this will not be done easily or quickly or without a major discussion.
And that's an issue of leadership as well. And I will refer to a question which one of the guests pointed out, because you had a speech a couple of weeks ago in Berlin and demanding for a, well, German and Polish leadership, which is, well, more than obvious, but considering that the axis Berlin-Paris is the traditional one, yet very much weakened in my observation as well. So I think back to the question of a new architecture, new powers, new axis within Europe, not contradictory necessarily, but complementary, I hope. Maybe just short.
Yeah, we used to have a formula called Weimar Triangle, which was Germany, France, Poland. Poland not per se, but as a representative of its region. I think then it could be useful. But what I said also in Berlin is that Germany needs to decide whether you want a Security Council seat for yourself or for the European Union. And how you answer that will determine other people's attitudes, because you know, if Germany is to become a permanent member, that will make many of your neighbors a bit nervous.
That's a big question indeed. The US will pose. And
well, maybe I could just make sort of a comment just generally about the sort of dynamics in the EU at the moment, less from the security aspect, but just, you know, you mentioned France and Germany, and maybe from the business perspective, you know, what we're seeing at the moment is we need, you know, we've lost something since Brexit. You mentioned Brexit earlier on. I didn't even want to be the one to bring it up. I'm British. But there is a big hole without the UK there for different reasons, whether it be whether it's on security, or they're still playing a strong role with regard to the Ukraine, but with regard to the EU getting things done, being that pragmatic voice. There's a huge hole there that you hear business mentioning all the time. I think there's also a huge worry now with France and Germany. Where is that partnership? It doesn't seem to be a partnership anymore. You know, again, I move back to sort of everyone thinking a little bit more about themselves. You know, who is the true stand-up lead now here in Europe? You need somebody to lead and say, we are pro-Europe. I think that's lacking at the moment. Slightly encouraged by, is it called the European Political Forum that's now been formed? I think this new, which has the UK in it. So I think that's something I wanted to mention. I think constitutional reform, I can't comment on that. We're a non-political organisation. I think this is not the time to start doing some massive constitutional reform. We've got other priorities here. It takes a massive amount of, it's not that easy. We don't want to put our energies into that. We should put our energies into other things with the more immediate results, and simply creating a better understanding of why that first question on there of why we should cooperate with like-minded countries. I'm not sure we're there yet on the storytelling and the narrative outside of the Brussels bubble in the member states about why that's important. And if we go back to the TTIP days, and I look at you, not you personally, but as a German citizen, you know, some of the problems there were in Germany. That there's a lack of understanding about why this is needed. So I think, you know, one of the solutions here is to simply, you asked earlier the question, what can we do? We still need to do a lot more storytelling and narrative telling about why this is important, and not assuming that everyone understands this, because I can assure you that outside maybe this room, in this forum, not everybody gets it. And that's still a big hole. Communications is still a big hole.
Not just, and I immediately up to you, it's not just the Brussels and the European bubble, but going beyond. How are we perceived? Are we really fulfilling the demands? And I look, of course, to the other side of the hemisphere.
Can I make just one comment?
Sure.
Exactly. You know, having recently been in Bulgaria and in Hungary, that, you know, they have massive challenges there. We have a network of AmChams all around Europe, wider Europe, I should say, 46 AmChams. You know, they're trying to do their piece to be pro-European, but they are being pushed back all the time. You know, there's a pushback all the time from the Russian influence in those countries. It's bigger than I think we think it is. So there's a battle going on there. Then you've also got the investments from China coming into those countries rather than EU investment going into those countries. So they're trying their hardest to remain sort of pro-EU, pro-Western. So I think sometimes we all have a collective role to help more in their
But
struggle.
the more we have to actively go abroad as well.
Absolutely, you need to get out. Yes, exactly.
Teresa, indeed, that is the Asia-Pacific hemisphere.
But may I just pick up on two points here? A small explosion took place in my brain when you said that we should return to energy dependence on Russia. I would hope that lessons are learned, that we will diversify, and that should be the key. A country like China has so many countries that they get energy from that I think it's really policy malpractice depending so heavily on Russia. I think that this should have taught everybody that there should be a big diversification. There's Norway, Qatar, there's many, many suppliers, North Africa. So I think we have to be much more strategic in our thinking about energy supplies. And I think we are going through a teething period of post-Brexit because with this three-legged stool, it seemed to be more stable. They kind of balanced each other out. You take one leg away and there's a lot of can you imagine what it would have looked like if Chancellor Scholz went to Beijing with the EU Council President and EU Council Ursula von der Leyen and Macron? That would have sent a very, very different message than just one person going. So I think the EU, many people don't understand it, and I think that that's a very key issue. And the EU is very quiet about what they do, I think, especially in these countries where they invest in roads. There's no signs up saying, you know, thank you, EU, for this lovely highway. So I think that these were, the Chinese really have shown us, if we all recall what happened when the leader of Serbia, Vucic, embraced the Chinese flag, kissed it when the Chinese came from the plane delivering PPE, personal protective equipment. And everyone's like, wow, thank you, China. But you know who paid for that plane? The EU. And there was no sign up saying, thank you, EU. So I think we have to play our hand much more carefully. And to your question, please tell me.
Yes, that's how to play it better, the leverage. We look into numbers, for example, the USA development aid, and the largest, I think, if I count all the members and the EU together, the leverage on the ground, as I saw, for example, in Asia, is quite low. The other part is the communication part, which is a disaster. These little blackheads we see do not correspond then to anything we really pour into from the terms of perspective. So how to enhance the visibility, to better engaging coordination of actions abroad. Let's take the Asia Pacific as one of the most important regions. Maybe some
although before we, sorry, Radoslav, I was going to say, I just want to put a call out there for this EU-US relationship again. You know, I can see why you're focused on Asia Pacific, and it's absolutely important. But the investment ties between the EU and the US are huge. They're five times larger. That relationship is huge. You know, we're almost there. You know, we have so much in common. We mentioned values. It's proven that we thrive together. You just nudge it, put our energy in that to nudge that one forward. Indeed, we need to work with the Indo-Pacific, but don't sort of abandon. I don't know whether this is abandonment of the EUS. We need to absolutely focus on that with regard to, you know, we focus sometimes on the differences too much instead of what we have in common. Focus on that, but then iron out these few differences and make some progress there because we absolutely need it at the moment. Don't shift the attention immediately.
And to pick up, the EU is the biggest investor in ASEAN countries. So they are looking for other poles. They are developing, also investing in India. So I think that these are key developments. Before, people just thought of Asia as China. So I think this idea of diversifying with free trade agreements with both Japan, South Korea, that has helped change the economic landscape as well. And we've seen increased cultural ties. So I think that things are moving ahead. But this idea of how to rebrand the EU, how to bring the message forward, I think we should really tend to focus more on that. I think that the message is getting lost. And sometimes when I publish papers, people are like, wow, you know so much about this strange institution outside of the EU bubble. Not many people, even in the US, are that familiar with how this works. So I think that this is a challenge also for Parliament. I hope that they can spread the message.
Well, I'm the head of the delegation for EU-USA relations, and I'm going to Washington tomorrow. And my experience is that the Americans have finally understood that we are not a NAFTA, that we can do sanctions, we can freeze Russian assets. But just one footnote, we should never have allowed ourselves to become dependent on Russian energy, indeed on anybody else. We should have done an energy union years ago, and we should have been buying oil and gas the way we buy uranium jointly, and using our power of monopsony as the largest customer to get much better terms of trade and to have a diversified supply.
Well, this is indeed topics to be dealt with, and we, for example, as Martin Center, have this transatlantic dialogue, which is an important form of communication to be strengthened, to be enlarged. Triangle relations, I think, are more important. I have, unfortunately, the unpleasant to wrap up a bit the discussions by first thanking all of you. It's an impressive thing, and you are close to our center, so we continue the discussions in different formats. What I take as a key message is indeed the basis of our security of cooperation is the transatlantic relation. This remains, regardless what developments in the Asia-Pacific region will happen, and they will happen, and we have to keep up with this momentum. It's the complexity of policies enabling resources, and this is not a simply government issue that is bringing in all these vast networks, and I'm very delighted to have representatives here in the wider audience and not just in the Brussels bubble, but throughout Europe, keeping in mind that there are different strategic cultures. That's a huge intellectually changing issues, but a very amazing one. So I would like to thank you all of you. I would like to hand over now to Sandra for the following steps, and thank you to all of you here in the audience.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much to our distinguished guests. Dear audience, we have come to the next point of our program. We have cooperated together with our sponsor, AT&T, to bring you another discussion in a format of interview. The interview is titled Bridging the Pond, What Future Role for the EU-US Trade and Technology Council. Anna Nalivaiko, Martin Center Project Officer, will lead the interview. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And indeed, I think this is a very nice way to wrap up the European Ideas Forum with this following interview that we are about to have as a follow-up also to the very interesting panel that we just listened to. I am glad to be joined today here by Alberto Ziglio, who is Director of Public Affairs for Europe at AT&T. And he's also the Vice Chair of the American Chamber of Commerce to the EU's Digital Economy Committee and Chairman of Outreach to the European Parliament on behalf of AmCham EU. So Alberto, you're very well positioned to talk about all the issues that we are about to dive into, and more specifically, the future role of EU-US Trade and Technology Council. Before we go to the questions, I'd like just to give a bit of background also to our audience here in the studio and online about the company that you represent, AT&T, as well as TTC. So AT&T is the largest telecommunications company by revenue and is the third largest mobile phone provider in the US. And when it comes to the Trade and Technology Council, it's a format that has been established in June 2021 by the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and US President Joe Biden. And it's a format that allows the EU and US to work together to tackle new and emerging issues that arise from the transformation of our economies, including, of course, the impact of new technologies, among others. The work of TTC is carried forward via 10 working groups. The working groups translate political decisions into specific deliverables. They carry out the technical work, and then they report to the political level. So I think that's enough for introduction. Let's go into the questions, Alberto. So some days ago, the German Chancellor has proposed restating EU-US free trade agreement negotiations. This suggestion was quickly shut down by both parties, from the EU side and the US side, saying that it's simply not on the table for the moment. Looking back at the failure in reaching an agreement in the TTIP negotiations, so in the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership negotiations, would you say that a tool as TTC is better suited to increase cooperation in strategic economic areas between the US and the EU? And maybe what are those strategic areas that would benefit from such a tool?
Yeah.
So Alberto.
Thank you, Anna, for having me. And also, before getting into the question, I just wanted to thank, Martin Center for putting this together, the president, Tommy, and everybody from the staff. I know it's a huge effort, so, and it's also great to be here. Diving into the question, I think as AT&T, we always been a great promoter of transatlantic relations. We value the importance between Europe and US, and also as executive leadership, we have been very lucky to have before Jim Ciccone, who was a special advisor of President Reagan, and now we have Ed Gillespie, who has been Deputy Chief of Staff to President Bush in the White House. So they understand the value of the relation with the EU. Regarding the, let's say, the quote of the German Chancellor and the TTIP, I would say, trade agreements are fundamental in order to have, better relation and to spur innovation, growth, promote jobs between the two geographies. But as you pointed out, this was shut down. At the end of the day, you can also try to have the kind of similar results, having great domestic policies that are looking more or less on the same issues. So, for instance, you can have global rules that are looking at spurring innovation into 5G or 6G, having also new services that are on top of the networks. You can have, for instance, rules that are safeguarding intellectual property. And then something that is very important is, for instance, data flows. So between the two geographies, we saw that US executive order on this is important, and it should come a kind of agreement between EU and US in next year, between half of the year. It is so fundamental for the two parties to have this in place, but also for individuals, protecting them with the rule of law and shared values that are important for us. Then there is a point that is on investment, in the sense that the rules should be global in order that every company, no matter where it is at HQ, should have a possibility to sell their services irrespective of their flag. Because you can't put an investment flag and say this flag is good or this others is not. So no cultural carve out, no joint venture, specific requests. So to make let's say the world a global place as it should be. And last point, I think we should look at the rules that are making what is unlawful offline also unlawful online. So the behavior that you should have outside is the same that you should have when you look at or you work on your devices. Okay, so having said that, and to conclude, I think TTC is fundamental on this. It is a different kind of platform. It requires step-by-step, procedures in order to advance on specific policy dossier, but I think it has the potential to let's say, spur innovation and growth and try to not make any trade dispute between Europe and US. On the other hand, what we need, and I think in general, is trying to have TTC committed to precise deliverables that are looking long term. Otherwise, it remains a kind of empty box with discussion that are going on the two sides.
Thank you very much, Alberto. Indeed, I think that it's important. The format is a good thing to have, but it has to be filled in with content and with then specific outcomes. You mentioned already, you touched upon shared values. And indeed, in TTC, there is a commitment to democracy, freedom, and human rights. Do you think, keeping that in mind, that TTC could be a unifying element between the US and the EU, especially in the face of Russian invasion of Ukraine and competition with China?
I think it has all the potential, to be honest. I think the key there is trying to have this platform to promote dialogue, to, let's say, foster the trust between the two geographies, and also trying to anchoring emerging technologies to global standards that are shared by our values, as you said, and trying to have this platform as well as open as possible. So I think the success of TTC is going to be related to the openness of the platform. So try to open the platform to industry, other stakeholders, academia, civil society, also other institutions like the European Parliament, I know, wants to get much more into TTC. But I have to repeat myself, I think the key is having deliverables there that are long-term, sustainable between the two geographies, so to advance the discussion and make sure in case there is some other trade, let's say, at higher political level between the two geographies.
Thank you for that answer. I'd like to move on a bit more to, if you wish, a technical part of our interview, not too technical, as we already discussed earlier, but I'd like to talk about 5G and cybersecurity, because those are some of the key elements of also what you do at AT&T. Before I ask a specific question about 5G, could you maybe just touch upon the main differences between 5G and 4G for our viewers?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, the difference between, I would say, even 2G to 4G and then 5G is very different. So between 2G and 4G, let's say the main future requirements were very linear. So were step-by-step innovation on the speed of the network, no? Having 5G is like a completely different paradigm. It's like basically learning a new language, if we want to have an example. And it's like, because 5G is going to be identified by a very broad scope and much more flexibility into the networks, this is going to require companies, but you know, not only telecom operators, but everybody, to rethink the way we are managing our networks. So it's much more than faster speeds, but is, you know, something that probably you don't see only when you watch your iPad or your material on devices, but is much more also on the customer side. So on the, you know, manufacturing, healthcare, smart cities, agriculture, and so on.
All right. So you explained to us that 5G is indeed, you know, not important just for having a good Netflix, you know, show, but it can have a lot of applications. Why specifically the 5G infrastructure is important? You partially answered that, but what are also the potential security risks involved? Because we imagine that such software and infrastructure does not come without any risks.
So because, you know, this 5G is kind of this new paradigm and everything is going to be very flexible, you need to rely on a new concept of open networks. So you need to open up the network in order you can achieve the maximum you can get from this new technology, no? I would say the 5G is going to bring more security for clients, is going to bring more security for customers. Because, you know, the networks are going to be much more secure because the standards are better. There's going to be much better encryption for your calls. So in general, you know, there's going to be more flexibility for the networks, and also how you are going to achieve that is having, you know, cybersecurity in your network. So as I was saying, digital transformation is important for everything that we do. So we are looking at try to anticipate cyber attacks and, you know, cyber threats, not only for customers, but also, you know, clients. And that's super important.
We'll talk about cyber threats in just a minute, but do you think enough is being done to make sure that both the 5G software and the physical infrastructure are protected? Is there more to do, or, you know, how to keep both the software and the infrastructure protected from, you know, malicious actors and so on and so forth?
I think there's always something to be done more, to be honest, but I think what we are doing, and we are working a lot on that, and I think one aspect to try to tackle this is also looking at the flexibility of the network, and let's say the global supply chain of the network is, for instance, looking at this coalition that is called Open RAN. that makes global standards important for the flexibility of the networks, ensuring there is competition on the manufacturer side for the 5G, and also for policies that are have incentives for having supply chain that's foster, global adaptation on that. Yeah, and on cybersecurity, maybe the one thing that we can say is that we are looking at clients on one side, so we have products that are looking and keeping you safe, whether you are at work or at home or while you are on your devices. And at the same time, we are working with the best providers to have our customers in Europe, but globally, secure. So it is a range of services that we have that can be network security or consulting services or trying to anticipate cyber threats, cyber attacks. And I think the whole range is important for let's say the ecosystem.
Indeed, you anticipated my question on cybersecurity, because that was specifically I wanted to ask you how AT&T is staying ahead when it comes to cyber threats. So would you just maybe tell us, in the past years, has there been a significant increase in cyber threats, and did the awareness of cybersecurity became more and more in the past few years compared to, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago?
I think there's more awareness in general. I think, especially with the geopolitical situation, I think people, they're more aware about, cybersecurity risks in general. For what concerns us, I think what we have been done is also trying to have, not only specific issues regarding cybersecurity on digital, but also looking at all the different verticals. So having services that are tailored for manufacturing, for healthcare, for agriculture, and so on. So to develop specific products in order to sustain all other customers on this base.
Okay, thank you very much. And well, I think we established in this conversation that TTC is a good tool indeed, and it enhances cooperation in the digital sphere between EU and US. Are there any specific areas within the digital sphere that you think EU and the US could work more closely on?
I think for the moment, I think they're doing quite a good job on, for instance, on the AI. I think yesterday Commissioner Verstager was talking in a conference in AmCham that we organized, and she was talking, for instance, about space as a potential new item that could be interesting to work between Europe and US. And in general, I think everything that regards networks and future technologies like 5G, 6G, and beyond could be interesting to work with.
Okay, so not just 5G and cybersecurity, but many more domains that we can cooperate, as you mentioned, AI, space, etc. So the US is very well known for innovation, high-tech innovation, very fast innovation. Can TTC, and how, if it can, combine EU's regulatory capacity, so EU's regulations, and American high-tech innovation? Can there be, a compatibility there?
Yeah, I have to say, when I think about Europe, I don't think about Europe as top capacity to regulate, because, for instance, we work with European manufacturers that are Nokia and Ericsson, and I have to say they are highly innovative. They provide the technology that we use on our networks. So there's a great innovative circle also in Europe. I think venture capital is going up, especially in Europe. So there's more innovation coming also on this side, and that is positive because it creates competition between the two sides, and competition has freedom of choice for consumers and customers in general, so provide better services and better products. So in general, I think absolutely in that sense, because we have to think about, when we think about the rules, we have to think about the rules as a total ecosystem. No? So creating rules that are fair and are for everybody, it would help not only a segment of the industry growing, but it will help everybody sustaining the ecosystem with the rules that are fair. So.
Well, it's good to hear. We always talk about American innovation, of course, but it's good to hear from you that also, there are companies in the EU that are highly innovative, and we can also, bring them into this discussion. We are approaching the end of our interview. Still have a couple of questions for you. So I'd like to also step back and talk about TTC in general. So in the past few years, we have seen sometimes protectionist tendencies from several states, not just in Europe and the US, but more generally. Do you think the Trade and Technology Council is a good format and useful in preventing future potential trade and tariff wars?
I think it is. As I was saying, I think there is a lot to be done in promoting the dialogue and trying not to have any trade dispute between the two geographies. So no matter which platform you are going to choose, in this case is TTC, is going to be good to progress the dialogue between the two geographies. So sharing common values, having, trying to have rules that are promoting investment, innovation, growth, and ultimately jobs, I think is very important. But we have to sustain this from the two sides. I remember actually when there was TTIP discussed, and Martin Center set up a transatlantic task force, and it was very interesting to work on that, because I think these are things that we need in the future.
Thank you. And before my last question, I have an interesting question from an audience that asks, where does Britain fit into the new framework for EU-US trade relations, if you want to briefly address that?
But look, I think UK for sure has strong transatlantic ties with the US. I think in general we shouldn't forget the way they think about competitive innovation in a way with US in general, but it should be a triangle in my opinion. So, but as well we have to keep the relation with UK healthy and stable for the two parts as well.
Thank you, Alberto. And my last question to conclude. The next meeting of the representatives of the US government and EU commissioners is set to take place on the 5th of December within the format of TTC. So what are your expectations? Do you expect any important announcements to be made after this meeting?
Well, look, from what we are seeing from different drafts, basically there are a couple of things that could be potentially interesting. One is AI, so there's going to be some pilot projects on AI and privacy that should start beginning of 2023. Also on chips, that is hot on the agenda for the moment. There's going to be more coordination between Europe and US to try to set up mechanisms to sustain a global supply chain that are, put at risk for some geopolitical factors or other factors, business factors, cost, or so on. And I think is important also because, for instance, there are companies like Intel that they would like to invest 33 billion in Europe, so that Europe remains competitive also on that side. And I think last point that is quite important, I think has been recognized a high degree of cooperation between US and EU on the ITU. ITU is a UN agency that looks at telecommunication, and there was a big general election where it was the US new Secretary General that has been appointed with the EU deputy. So there was strong cooperation between the two blocs on that. And finally, I think the other thing that could be good is that this TTC is going to continue. So there is progress, and they're going to meet again in 2023 in Europe So the dialogue is continuing, and so the glass is more than half full.
Thank you, Alberto, for closing on this positive note. Indeed, we do hope to have concrete outcomes out of this format, and stronger cooperation between the US and the EU. I'd like to thank everybody for listening and watching this interview online. I'd like to thank once again Alberto Ziglio, Director of Public Affairs for Europe at AT&T, and Sandra. I'd like to pass the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Alberto. Dear guests, dear online viewers and our audience, with this, we have come to the very end and the very special highlight of this 2 days event. It is my pleasure to announce that the closing remarks of the European Ideas Forum 2022 will now already traditionally, as we here at the center right like it, will be given by the member of the European Parliament and the Secretary-Treasurer of the Martin Center, Antonio López Istúriz White.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, first of all, thank you for the ones that you are here. It's the very first time since 2019 that we are gathering again personally. And I would like to congratulate the team of the Martin Center, because these 3 years have been difficult, but we managed also to keep the European Ideas Forum alive through those terrible screens, computer screens. Now we are here seeing each other, and that's good news for all of us. I would like, as always I do, thank the sponsors. My friend Alberto Ziglio from AT&T was there. I saw that also Johnson & Johnson, Microsoft, and Google. Are there any European companies that might join soon? Our efforts. Come on, we have to also show our muscle, our European enterprises. You will be more than welcome to participate and to also to be active with us in the Martin Center. I was thinking as I was coming on these 2 days, I even thought President Djurinda was in Panama this weekend in a meeting. And I was thinking, about the title, Reshaping Europe Through Crisis. Well, it's no news for everybody, as Jean Monnet said in the very early stages of this European Union, that this European Union is going to be built around crisis. That's the only moment when we realize that we need each other. When things go well, no one remembers. When things go bad, then we all are asking for solidarity. So economical solidarity, defense solidarity. We have come through now, since 2005, several crises. One of them, as I remember, was the constitutional crisis after the rejection of the European Constitution in France and Netherlands. The global terrible situation, financial meltdown, the worst since the 1920s, the European debt crisis, and the refugee crisis, the pandemic, and then the invasion, aggression, attack of Russia, the Putin's regime against Ukraine. We have faced, the Europeans, we are facing, we did in the past, and we will face in the future. That's a footnote that I want to alert some people, especially some press in the United Kingdom and the United States, that they have been for years publishing that the European Union is going to disappear, that the euro is going to disappear, and here we are. We are always there. Maybe it's time to change a little bit the tune of the headlines and to be a little bit more pragmatical. As we are, Europeans we are, we don't want to go back to the past. We want to be in this present and in the next future. Here we are sitting together, Italians, Germans, Spanish, Slovenians, Finnish, you name it. And that gives us resilience. Resilience that we have several examples. To the constitutional crisis, then we chose a different new set of modern institutional framework with the Treaty of Lisbon. A new fiscal policy framework with a more flexible monetary policy framework to resolve the debt crisis. We addressed the immigration crisis, not over yet, but we are addressing it much better than other countries. With tighter controls at the Union external borders and additional burden sharing among countries. We created a post-pandemic economic recovery fund across the continent that has no similar around the globe. And finally, the display, of public unity support of all our member countries to the cause of the fighting for freedom and democracy of our brothers in Ukraine and sisters. I have to say, as I was for 20 years Secretary General of the EPP, I have to tell you that this would not have been possible without the EPP family at the front since 1999 of European politics. I'm just alarmed how others could or might face this crisis. We are still the responsible, moderate center political spectrum in Europe. And as long as we are in charge, this crisis will be fighted and we will maintain our resilience. That's why the date of 2024 is very important to maintain that EPP line. And I know that President Dzurinda and all the staff in the Martin Center are committed to this idea. And in the months that we have ahead until those elections. I will mention just 4 macro areas where this resilience has emerged as an absolute priority. First, economic resilience. Thanks to over a decade of efforts, the EU has already gone a long way towards building a more resilient economic and fiscal framework. However, there is much remain to be done, including a simplification of fiscal rules that will make it easier to respect by the member states and to enforce the European institutions. Reforms to modernize our economies are also paramount. The new economic threats have appeared. First and foremost, the highest inflation in more than a generation. A hidden tax that hits the poorest hardest. We must remain vigilant and strive to bring it back under control without delay. We know what inflation brought to some European countries in the past. We don't want that revisited. We have to fight back this. Second, technological and digital resilience. This race for technological sovereignty has certainly been accelerated by the COVID pandemic and its consequences. We suddenly realized how dependent we've been on non-European and sometimes authoritarian powers for several strategically important resources, from semiconductors to medical equipment. The EU must nurture the right ecosystem to turn our continent into a global hub for health, innovation, and also not to be dependent, but to be ourselves managers of the next cases that come. Third, energy resilience. No news, many of the commentators have spoken in these different interviews and panels about it. I'm not going to bring you anything new. Our vulnerability that was discovered during this blackmail by the regime of Putin. Some of us, my dear Nicholas and others, we did in the past warn about it. We were not in favor of Nord Stream 2, we said, be careful with the regime, but we were not listened. Now is the case. Now is the case, unfortunately. And what I would like to say is also that we should stand by our ambition in climate goals. But we have to have a more pragmatic and realistic approach to the achievements with this actual situation, keeping in mind the much changed geostrategic and socio-economic context that we have today. Achieving sustainable resilience requires pragmatical realism, and I think that DPP has always been in this key. Since there has been some initiatives by some colorful parties around the European spectrum, we say, be careful, we need time, our enterprises, our production lines, everything has to adapt. And we have been always the moderating factor. And finally, fourth and last, political resilience. That means two things for me right now. Loyalty and close partnership to our long-term allies beyond the Atlantic and around the world. We all welcome the new strategical concept of NATO, and also a growing effort of our European Union to become more responsible of its own security and more capable of acting autonomously. Political resilience means strong democratic systems, able to withstand both the menace from the authoritarian powers from outside and the danger of populism from inside. About democratic systems, and I have to relate that I heard the speech of Klaus Welle yesterday about the Spitzenkandidat, as a, not former Secretary General, but actual supporter of the system. I, of course, address the whole intervention of Klaus in this sense. I support it, and we have to find ways that the vote, not only the European Parliament and us members of the European Parliament, but other institutions in the European Union, our citizens have a say. And that is the aim of that Spitzenkandidatur. And that will reinforce also our democratic institutions. I was touched last week, like many others in the European Parliament, by the recent Russian cyber attacks and hackers' activities. This reminds us on how important it is to have a modern EU cyber legislation. I think that my colleagues, after last week, I hope they will be more now, we will all be quicker in order to achieve this, in order to be able to confront, which I believe will happen, next attacks. We suffered 1-2 years ago also from Russia in the EPP. I remember very well. Measures have to be taken in this sense. My final remark is that I'm sure that the EPP will continue its work to maintain this resilient European Union. And most important, people that you are sitting around here, in the next months, the Martin Center will be the center of intellectual hub and laboratory of ideas that has to influence decisions and legislation in the future program of the EPP. That has to be the force that again assures the resilience of our European Union. In that sense, that's why 2 days like we have had are very important. Your comments, things that have been taught here will be reconducted by our wonderful team into a decisive program also for our political family in the next future, and seeing now 2024 every time closer. Thank you very much for the panelists, people that attended, people that are also listening and following us through different medias. And next year we will be here, and I'm sure that also presentially. Next year is a key year, that a lot of work are expecting for Tommy, for Peter, for everybody, in order to help us, members of European Parliament, member also parties of the EPP, in order to achieve what I have told you. Crisis, resilience, we are there not to make strange, fantastic ideas like the populists, moderate, maybe traditional, but effective management of this European Union that I have now the belief that is what the people will ask from us in 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Treasurer. It was a pleasure to have you here and to listen to your closing remarks. At this point, I'd like to thank you to our speakers and moderators, and especially to you, our dear audience, and as well to our online viewers. For everybody here with us at the studio, we would like to invite you to a networking lunch, which will happen in the continuation. If you have missed any of the debates, they will remain available on the Martin Center online platforms, and you can rewatch them at your ease. At the very least, I would also like to say a big thank you to our partners, namely AT&T, Google, Johnson & Johnson, and Microsoft. Thank you very much. Continue following. Thank you. Just a final remark, and then we can have lunch. Continue following the Martin Center events and publication, especially now in the light of 2024 European elections, and we're looking forward to see you at one of our future events. Thank you and goodbye.